हेलो
जी
हाँ डॉक्टर बोरा व्हाट्सएप में is not able to join. Just check.
No, okay. He's Vora sir is here.
कर लिया.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
नमस्कार सर, सभी का स्वागत है.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Sir, good afternoon.
Good evening.
I welcome you to the inaugural session of PGDP CME of IPS North Zone 20th. So, I would request Dr. Satish Verma also to be added. उनको फोन करके बोलिए वो. Rastogi sir is here.
Hello.
Shar is here, and Dr. Majid is here. Dalal sir is here.
Hello everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir.
Right.
क्या
So,
क्या तुषार पोइट बन गया बिल्कुल.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Right. So, may we start? I, Dr. Brahmdeep, thank all the EC members, the Executive Council of IPS North Zone, for giving me the opportunity to host this PGDP. This is the 20th PGDP program of IPS North Zone, and the theme being this year the pandemic and telepsychiatry. I had planned it in a bigger way, and we had thought of booking the Kingdom of Dream, the live theater, which is the largest live theater in North India. But then came COVID in the scene, and the program was modified. The theme chosen was according to the COVID, and the theme being pandemic and telepsychiatry. So this year the EC suggested that it should be done in the webinar format, and that is how this CME was planned. Probably this is the first PGDP of IPS North Zone which is being done on webinar format, and 20th PGDP of IPS North Zone. So I welcome all the dignitaries here who have joined the discussion, and first of all I would like to request Dr. Abdul Majid, Honorary General Secretary, for his comments and for taking the program further. Dr. Majid, please.
Very good afternoon, Dr. Brahmdeep. Thank you so much for taking all the hard work, making it possible that we are meeting again today on this platform through webinar. And it's my proud privilege to welcome all senior colleagues, particularly the special guest from IPS, Professor P.K. Dalal sir, who is here as a special guest for inauguration of PGDP 2020 of IPS North Zone. At the same time, we have other dignitaries. We have Dr. Gautam Saha, who is the President-elect and Vice President of Indian Psychiatric Society. Welcome, sir. And Dr. Tushar Jagawat, our President of Indian Psychiatric Society-North Zone. We have Dr. Rajesh Rastogi, who is Chairman CME Committee of IPS North Zone. We have with us Dr. Sandeep Goyal, who is Vice President cum President-elect of IPS North Zone. Dr. Sandeep Grover, our honorary editor. Dr. Satish Verma is our honorary treasurer. There are a lot of people on the panel, and I may not be able to take name of everybody, but the guests are there who are there for the inauguration. And this program is possible, and it will be successful only by the learned speakers with their experience that they have had for last 2 to 3 decades in the field of psychiatry. And Dr. Brahmdeep and his team with the inputs from the EC of IPS North Zone has made the best possible efforts to get in the faculty of national and international repute from institutions or India, I would say. And we have chairpersons, we have panelists who actually have worked during COVID times And as Dr. Brahmdeep correctly said, that the theme of this PGDP 2020 is pandemic and telepsychiatry. We knew that telepsychiatry was in vogue in many institutions, but it has become a norm or a routine for most of us now, be it in private psychiatry or be it in institutions. Having said that, I think this pandemic has also created an opportunity. Normally, we will only delegate 5 of PGs from every department for this PGDP, but right now, this Dr. Brahmdeep and his team through this webinar has opened up it to everybody, every postgraduate from IPS, even they are from other parts of India as well. So they are welcome to participate, and I think it's because of their participation this will become a huge success. So telepsychiatry, we understand, has taken a central stage in COVID-19 pandemic. With these remarks, I would say that I thank all speakers. I thank Dr. Brahmdeep and all the dignitaries on the panel for making this inaugural very successful one. And I am sure with the participation of the learned speakers, chairperson, panelists in future, we will have more sessions ahead. And the PG students who are active, for whom actually this program for will be the main benefit, and I hope and continue to develop the esteemed teacher who have a lot of experience in the field of psychiatry, and particularly during this pandemic and telepsychiatry. Thank you very much, Dr. Brahmdeep and other dignitaries on the panel.
Thank you, Dr. Majid, and really encouraging comments from you. And I would request Dr. Rajesh Rastogi, who is the chairman of CME committee, for his remarks, please. Dr. Rastogi, please.
Thank you, Dr. Brahmdeep. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm seeing some of the dignitaries here, Dr. Dalal, Dr. Saha, our president of the North Zone, Dr. Tushar, the chairman of the organizing PGDP, Dr. Brahmdeep, and others. Right? Just to give you a brief of the outline, this PG development program is basically consisting of many sessions, but the first session is of telepsychiatry guidelines, because the theme is pandemic and telepsychiatry. I'll talk about that just a little bit late, but I thought just brief you. The second session is on the telepsychiatric ethics etiquettes. And remember, here the speakers are the distinguished people who are known throughout the India. Like Dr. Dalal, we have Dr. B.M. Suresh, who is distinguished as psychiatrist as well as the lawyer. And then establishing telepsychiatric unit by AIMS people, Dr. Kaushik Sinha Dev, and then experience sharing by Dr. R.K. Chadda and his team. And then we have two panel discussions, and panelists are across the North Zone. And basically the role of pandemic and psychiatry and sharing of the experience. So this is in nutshell the program outline. Now, the coronavirus disease 2019, this pandemic is an evolving crisis, unlike anything we have ever seen before. And the timeline for its return to normalcy remain almost ambiguous. Until the beginning of the 20th century, we believe that the modern society is replaced the microbial epidemics with behavioral epidemics such as depression, opioid use, and silent and the suicide. Contributing to these epidemics, the Jetson et al., I quote here, highlighted, the lethal behavioral toxin of loneliness and social isolation increase the risks of mortality comparable to smoking and obesity. So the fear of unknown and need for seeking safety, fear of unknown and need to seek safety has been instilled in the human race. We plan to step on Mars, but interestingly now we are afraid to step out of our home. 19, a microscopic RNA material has quarantined us at and our existence. Everyone might quickly anxiety, depression, and to come. The COVID-19 mental theme of this year so psychiatry is an step. So I think the executive has chosen this theme very aptly. And this is the most appropriate theme to talk about during this COVID time. However, technology comes as a remediation through availability of the telemedicine, which prominently include telepsychiatry. And this form of intervention delivery is now widely offered. Telepsychiatry is popular with the patient as well as with the medical staff. Improved our access, especially in the rural communities. And the role of psychiatrists here, those who are thinking that their role in the pandemic is limited, are mistaken. Our skill set as a clinician, research is needed both in helping to identify and manage the negative mental health consequences of this pandemic and battling this virus. Thus, this theme is most appropriate. We have a distinguished panel here, and I'm sure the postgraduate and even the faculty will have an academic richness during this program. I thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rastogi, for your comments and giving us a good start. I would request President IPS North Zone, Dr. Tushar Jagawat, for his comments and presidential comments on behalf of the IPS North Zone as well. Dr. Tushar, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brahmdeep. Thank you, Dr. Rajesh Rastogi, sir, for initial remarks. Welcome, Dr. Dalal, sir. Welcome, Dr. Gautam Saha, sir, for the initial scene. I congratulate and thanks Dr. Rastogi and Dr. Brahmdeep for selecting an excellent topic or theme for this PGDPM, this pandemic and telepsychiatry, because the theme of this World Psychiatric Day is also mental health for all. And we know that because of this pandemic, corona pandemic, the mental health of most of the people have been mild to severe disturbed. Anxiety, insomnia, panic, phobia, lot of things are there. So people have insecurities, economical crisis, increased smoking, alcoholism, obsession, obesity, lot of things are there. So this and people are not able to contact doctors, not able to physician, not able to contact psychiatrists. So this role of telemedicine and telepsychiatry is very, very, very important. Role of mental health professional have been improved, or the need is increased manifold. So this is a very important time. So right topic have been discussed, and need of the telepsychiatry guidelines. We require a setup, we require ethics, we require the legal angle also. So we have a lot of senior faculty members on this panel, and moderators and chairpersons are there. I'm hoping that there will be a very great discussion for the students as well as senior faculty. Thanks to all, Dr. Mazid, Dr. Sandeep Grover, Dr. Sandeep Goyal, Dr. Our Treasurer Satish Verma ji, and everyone for this participation. In the end, I want to finish this my talk with one or two line poem because related to this theme, as instruction by Dr. Brahmdeep also. So I want to say that इस वर्ष की थीम है मेंटल हेल्थ फॉर ऑल. कोई भी टेंशन और डिप्रेशन हो, मनोविशेषज्ञ को करें कॉल. लॉकडाउन के चलते अगर डॉक्टर से नहीं मिल पाओ, लॉकडाउन के चलते अगर आप डॉक्टर से नहीं मिल पाओ, तो टेलीफोन पर ही कंसल्टेशन और काउंसलिंग को पाओ. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Unmute. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tushar. And as promised, he has given us a gift of poem, and I'm really thankful to you for this. And now I would request our chief guest, Dr. P.K. Dalal sir, President IPS, for his inaugural address as well as his blessings. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Brahmdeep, the organizing chair of North Zone PGDP.
Sir.
Dr. Gautam Saha, President-elect. Dr. Rajesh Rastogi, sir, TME chair. The other dignitaries of IPS North Zone, Dr. Tushar, Dr. Majid, and others, Dr. Grover, and others. As everybody is saying that the theme is very apt as far as this pandemic and telepsychiatry is concerned. You all know that this telemedicine was going on in the minds of Government of India for around 2 decades. And then after this pandemic, it was fast tracked. And on 25th of March, Government of India came out with telemedicine guidelines. And soon after that, with the help of NIMHANS Bangalore and collaboration with IPS, we came out with telepsychiatry guidelines also on 25th of April. And since then, it is being practiced. It is still evolving, I would say. There is a online survey which was done on the usefulness of the current Indian telepsychiatry guidelines. We have received certain responses and it is being analyzed. So we will come out with, I expect a good paper out of that. I also request Dr. Suresh Badamat, who's looking after the analysis of the responses, to kindly gather the responses from this webinar as well, that what are the people of North Zone, what are the speakers and what other people they think about the practice of telepsychiatry guidelines. I will request Dr. Bamdeep that if it is being recorded, so kindly send it to Dr. Suresh Badamat. It will help in generating some of the responses from IPS North Zone as well. And I expect that there will be very good viewership, very good discussion, and there will be certain take-home messages. And at the end, I would say that it is still evolving. That is, we are still finalizing as far as the molecules are concerned. Some are in, some are out. And what will happen in times to come, that times only will tell. But telemedicine and telepsychiatry is going to stay. That is for sure, and it is helping many people. Those who could not come for far-flung areas, it is actually a boon for them, because now the internet services are available throughout the country, and with simple gadgets, one can really connect. So I expect a good discussion and a good take-home message. With that, I congratulate the IPS North Zone and the organizers for doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
Unmute karo. Thank you, Lal sir.
Dr.
Brahmdeep,
we should all
before-
clap here. In fact, after every
Yeah.
speaker, there is no harm. The clapping
Yeah,
can be
yeah.
prevented.
So just like, there is no harm in, because we are the only one who are audible. So just like KBC, we should clap all. And after Dalal sir, the clapping is well deserved, sir.
Yes. No, everyone. After Dr. Dalal, of course. But
Yes,
everyone.
right. I agree. But since it is being done in a new platform, I know the clapping is well deserved. So I would clap for all the speakers who have spoken till now, and 3 cheers for all the speakers who have spoken till now.
We'll all clap.
Dr. Brahmdeep, there are office bearers of IPS North Zone who have not been let in. Dr. Sandeep Goyal is waiting in the wings to be let
Allow
in.
everyone.
Let them in. Dr. Shikhaut, senior EC member, past president, kindly let them in.
Yeah, anybody who is coming to
No, they are not being let in. Tell the administrator to let them in.
Allow everyone. Right. It's so nice, Dalal sir. And on behalf of all the members who are participating in the inaugural, I would take the privilege to incite Saraswati Vandana on behalf of all of us. And generally we start all the programs by lamp lighting and Saraswati Vandana. So the next program comes with Saraswati Vandana. And I would request all of you to just
You said whatever you want.
मन से हम पूजा का हिस्सा बन सकते हैं, please.
Hello?
I request everybody to kindly stand up.
Clear. कैंडल आप में से एक लाके दे दो, and rest of you can होल्ड करिए एक बार. हाँ, आप इधर कैमरा इस साइड करो आप. अभी आप भी साइड में आए.
कुन्देन्दु तुषार हार धवला या शुभ्रवस्त्रामृता या वीणावरदण्डमण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शङ्कर प्रभृतिभिः देवैः सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती.
Thank you all for the Saraswati Vanna, and at the end I would request Dr. Satish Verma for his thanksgiving as honorary treasurer of IPS North Zone. Dr. Verma, please.
Brahmdev, thanks for giving this pleasant opportunity. Thanks everyone. I am highly thankful to IPS President Dr. P.K. Dalal and Honorable General Secretary Dr. Saha for sharing their knowledge. I am especially thankful to the organizer Dr. Brahmdev Sandhu and his team for all his efforts in making these arrangements and uniting the speakers and technology. He has put a lot of efforts for last 1 month. He has made everything pick and fine. I am thankful to our General Secretary Dr. Abdul Majid, without whom efforts this program was not possible. He is a central wheel of all the affairs. My special thanks to Dr. Rajesh Rastogi sir, Chairman CME Committee, for choosing such an apt topic in this time of pandemic. I am highly thankful to our President, IPS North Zone, Dr. Tushar Jagawat, for his valuable guidance and time. My thanks from core of the heart for all the knowledge. I shall be failing in my duty if I don't thank Sun Pharma, Symbiosis, and Digital Info Media for providing all the infras. Last but not the least, my special thanks to all the participants, without whom this PGTP program was not possible. Thanks everyone. Everyone is welcome.
Clapping के लिए आप वो हटाओ. Thank you, Dr. Satish Verma, and we are coming to the closing of the inaugural session, and most of us are eager to continue with the coming. I would like to share that in the morning, before the inaugural session, we had a quiz in which 112 participants were there. All of them were PGs from North Zone, and the results would be declared shortly who have performed well. First, second, and third prize winners would be declared after this. And I'm glad to inform that there are 315 PG students who have registered for this PGDP, and I think so that is a really big number. And the benefit of this online part is that those who are on duty, those who are not able to come to attend the conference or PGDP physically, they are also able to attend it. And that is how the number has increased. Another reason for a better number probably is our good speakers, good chairperson and good moderators. Because of their brand name, most of the PGs got attracted and they have joined here. So I congratulate all the faculty who are participating in it, and I'm really thankful to all of you. So coming to the closing of the inaugural session, and after this, I would request all the dignitaries who are participating in the inaugural session, they can mute themselves. And after this, the next session, coming to the next session, we would be starting with the first session that is chaired by Professor A.K. Vohra. A.K. Vohra sir need no introduction. He is personally, he's a teacher of mine and probably the senior most professor from Haryana, and he has worked as HOD of PGMS Rohtak for the longest tenure. And I welcome you, sir. I welcome Vohra sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir. And he has worked as HOD in PGMS Rohtak and as well as HOD in UK as well, and almost 40 years of experience. His area of interest being de-addiction. Welcome, sir. Next, the chairperson whom I would like to happily invite in this would be Dr. Gautam Saha. He needs no introduction. He is the president-elect of Indian Psychiatric Society, and he is the director of Neuropsychiatric Research Center at Kolkata, and he is he's presently editor of Indian Association of Private Psychiatrists, one of the most active psychiatrists who is visible in most of the programs and always having something to share, and we have got so many things to learn from him all the time. So welcome, Dr. Gautam Saha. Welcome, sir. And now I would hand over the platform to Dr. Gautam Saha and A.K. Vohra, sir. Sir, please.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much, Brahmdeep, for that kind introduction. And thank you very much for inviting me to chair one of the very important and pertinent topic, which is the need of the hour. And good afternoon, everyone. It's lovely to be here with you all. Welcome. And as you all know that we are passing through a very unprecedented and very challenging and difficult time because of the coronavirus. And probably we need to learn to live with this virus, till we find a effective vaccine. And so I think, sometime, there can be a bit of a blessing in disguise also, this tele-psychiatry and all these things, that webinar that you are developing, there are a lot of positive things that we are seeing, particularly in terms of the ability of large number of the people who are able to attend these seminars and are able to contribute and participate, which would have been difficult, because of the transportation and other things. Having said that, we are very fortunate to have very eminent speaker today, Professor Dalal and Professor Suresh BM, who is with us, and who are going to talk about this new concept, emerging concept and a very important concept that we are having. We are going to look into the pitfalls and the merits and demerits, and we'll see what are the points which are highlighted. And what we'll do is, I will introduce Professor Dalal first, and that will be my great pleasure. And I will ask Professor Gautam Saha to introduce the second eminent speaker, Professor Suresh, after which we'll have the presentation from these two eminent speakers. And I hope we can have the questions after these two presentations are completed. I'm very conscious about the fact that we are running a bit behind the schedule. So my apologies, if we are not able to address all the questions which are asked. And kindly also bear with us if there are any technical glitches, because we are on the learning curve. Professor Dalal, I think, as someone mentioned, needs no introduction, but it's again a great pleasure to introduce him. And I must say that he has a long list of achievements. If I go through literally all the achievements, I think, I'm afraid I'll be eating away his time of the presentation. So I will try to be as short as possible. As you know, he is the president of Indian Psychiatric Society, and he's also professor and head of Department of Psychiatry in King George Medical University in Lucknow. And he has 125 articles to his credit, which is a huge number. And he has attributed chapters or written and contributed to 4 books. And he has also participated in many international and national workshops. And he has been principal investigator or co-investigator in many clinical trials. I won't name them, for the sake of completing it quickly and giving more time to him for his presentation. He has also held very, very eminent, important, prestigious offices, such as, apart from President IPS, he has been zonal representative to IPS and also editor of Indian Journal of Behavioral Sciences, and president of IPS North Zone, and so on and so forth. So I won't go through that list. Again, there's a long list of the awards that he has achieved. I'm sorry, there are so many. I wish, I had those all awards. I feel Professor Dalal a bit envious of you, but my apologies for that. And he has been recipient, for instance, of first Professor AD Engineer Award, Central Zone Oration by Central Zone of IPS, and there are so many other awards. I won't go through that. Last but not the least, he has been examiner for MD in different institutions, and he has delivered many keynotes addresses, including the one in Indo-US Symposium, and also contributed as speaker about 8 lectures, in different areas, and has inspected many departments, whether they were MD compliant or they needed recognition. And also he has been contributing towards Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, and he has been reviewer of Indian Journal of Psychiatry. You can imagine, this is just a brief introduction. If I had gone through that, thank you very much. That's a very prestigious, CV. So can I pass over to a request my chairperson, Professor Gautam Saha, to kindly introduce the second eminent speaker, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So I'm not going in detailing the program, but at the outset, I must thank to the organizing committee for giving me the opportunity, especially Dr. Rajesh Sarsogi, my elder brother, my brother, Dr. Brahmadeep, and President Dr. Tushar Jagawat, Honorary General Secretary Dr. Majid, and all of you, all who are present, Vice President Dr. Sandeep Gal. I have seen that the past President of the North Zone, Dr. Shekat, was there. I have seen Dr. Nimesh Desai and all the senior colleagues. Definitely, I am really grateful for giving the opportunity to chair this session. Coming to the introduction of Dr. Professor Suresh Badamal. He is a MD, DNB, done his post-graduation from the Niemans, and he is the visiting faculty. Right now, he is the professor and head of the forensic psychiatry unit and head of the telemedicine unit and consultant community psychiatry of the National Institute of the Mental Health and Neurosciences. He is also the visiting faculty of the National Law School, Bangalore, and the Karnataka Judicial Academy, Bangalore. He has got lots of publication. Right now, it is written that 273, and all the articles, index journals, and editor of the 3 books. He was awarded Digital Innovation Award 2019 for Public Health from Government of India, Professor Raghuram's Distinguished Young Teacher Award, and Dr. C.V. Raman Young Scientist Award. And he is a member of the following committee like Central Rules and Drafting Committee of the Mental Health Care Act 2017, and Task Force of the Mental Health Care in Primary Health Center. Above all, he is a very good human being and my younger brother. And not only me, any problem we are facing, legal problem, whenever from Indian Psychiatric Society or any individual level, I know most of the people call Suresh. So Professor Suresh Badamat is a definitely asset of Indian Psychiatric Society. And after this, I request Professor Dalal, my President of Indian Psychiatric Society, and Dr. Suresh, please go ahead.
Dalal sir, can you start the presentation, sir? Sir, audio. Okay, by the time Dr. Dalal sir fixes up the technical issues, today we will be discussing about telepsychiatry operational guidelines. This telepsychiatry operational guidelines actually was written to cover the gap between the Mental Health Care Act and the telemedicine guidelines. I think Dr. Dalal sir is now online. Sir?
Yes.
You can give the introduction, sir, please.
Yes. So, thank you, chairpersons, for introducing both of us. In fact, the whole credit of today's presentation goes to Professor Suresh Badamat. He has prepared all the slides from my side as well, and we will present it, I mean, in a mixed way. As far as the introductory part is concerned, as I told you in the inaugural session, that 25th March, telemedicine came into being, although it is being envisaged for last 20 years, but probably I would say thanks to pandemic that it was fast tracked and it came into being. And just within a month, that is 25th of April, with the hard work of Suresh and his team, the telepsychiatry guidelines also came into being. And we all know that digital health mission is also introduced. So the digital health mission and digital telemedicine, digital psychiatry or telepsychiatry, they are all going to come in a very big way, and they are going to stay for long time. What in the telepsychiatry guidelines, what has been seen is that it has been well amalgamated with the MHCA, that is Mental Health Care Act guidelines, and we have tried to answer the gray areas. I would say some of the gray areas, some of the areas are still evolving, and as we practice gradually, we will be more wiser, and we can say request government of India to include or exclude some of the areas. So it all depends upon you people, and I urge all of you to use this medium as far as possible. One example I can give, that there were no I would say anti-anxiety medicines in this guidelines initially, and then I had a talk with Dr. B.N. Gangadhar. We wrote for inclusion of clonazepam. It was initially rejected. Then I again talked to Dr. Gangadhar, and he said that we will have to include neurologists as well, and we will have to include phenobarbital and clobazam. So including all the three molecules, that is phenobarbital, clobazam and clonazepam, when this was pushed together by neurologists and psychiatrists, then all these three molecules were included in the telepsychiatry guidelines as first consult as well as follow-up consults. So now we are at least having one popular benzodiazepine in the form of clonazepam, and many people are still naturally they are finding it difficult that no other hypnotic or any other molecule is available. But I request you that you use whatever we have, and then gradually we can make a case of other molecules if it is suitable for our practice, as well as we will urge the government of India to include them. Vis-a-vis, I would say that lot of other member countries of the world, they are also seized with this idea, and in pandemic world many of the countries, they are using this. And we have submitted this telepsychiatry guidelines from NIMHANS and IPS to WPA as well, and they are going to host a meeting in telepsychiatry by the end of January, and they have asked for a name, and I have suggested the name of Suresh Badamat to participate from our country. So that is with that, I would like Dr. Suresh Badamat to kindly begin with the telepsychiatry guideline presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I would like to thank the organizers and also the dignitaries online and offline who have made this program a possibility. Moving forward, I would like to discuss directly with the disclaimer, this is not a law. Actually, these guidelines are just like a clinical practice guidelines, because many of them were questioning whether this telepsychiatry guideline, is it a law? No, definitely it is not a law. It is a clinical guideline, just like schizophrenia clinical guidelines. Similar to that, it's a clinical guideline, which will help you to say in the gray area how to navigate. That's the basic agenda. The sir has also told that it was released by Indian Psychiatric Society, Telemedicine Society of India, and NIMHANS. It had gone through even through the Niti Aayog. The Dr. Vinod Paul K. sir also gave the message for the guideline. So it was taken well adopted by the government also. And what was the need? It's basically the combination of Mental Health Care Act and also the telemedicine guidelines. There are gray areas. Those gray areas to cover, we did this. And please understand, telepsychiatry guidelines is not a standalone. It has to be read with other laws, including telemedicine guidelines. You have to look into the regulations, protocols, procedures, and even IPS clinical practice guidelines. So all these have to be seen. It is not a standalone guideline. If you think that it is a standalone guideline, it's wrong. Coming to the scenario one. Now, because there are some confusion, I would like to remove all those confusion. Let's start with a simple one scenario. Mr. X, 38-year-old patient, communicates to you over the message or by platform or by a phone call for the first time. You have never met him. First time he's contacting, he's feeling of breathlessness, panic, anxious, decreased sleep, and he's contacting. What should you do? It's the first time he's contacting you. First time means it is the first consult. Let's be very clear about that. First consult means first time he's contacting you, or else he has contacted you more than 6 months earlier. He may come to your clinic also 6 months prior. If he has come to you in person, then also it is considered as first consult. By chance, he has consulted 2 months back for epilepsy, and now he is consulting for schizophrenia or acute psychotic episode. Then also it is first consult. That means for a different health condition. So first consult means it has to be first time, or else more than 6 months back he has contacted you either online or it may be in person also. Or if he's contacting you in a short period within less than 6 months, but a different health condition, then also it is considered as first consult. So patient will contact you. As soon as he contacts you, it is considered as implied consent. And as soon as he contacts you and you want to give him what we call it as consultation, these are the things you can do, which this is the gray area, which nothing was written in telemedicine guidelines. For what are the do's, ID card, past treatment, investigation, location, all those things you can send it to him so that he will feel sick and send it to you. It is not mandatory. It is this one, and the appointment is given. These are the optional, what we call it as simple pro forma, which you can send it to him. He will fill it. If he fills it and send it to you over the email or maybe on WhatsApp or whatever platform, so it becomes a medical record to you. So that it will become, it's an optional, not a mandatory. These are the do's and don'ts. When he sends this pro forma, he will sign it. So this is it's a kind of what we call it as what are the do's, what he is not supposed to do. All those things we are going to capture. What are the do's and don'ts? We have clearly written there what you have to do. Because the time is less, I'm not going into detail, but however, we would like to take the questions. Like appointment is given now. Once the appointment is given, the patient identification has to be checked. Once the identification is done, you have to assess for emergency. If there is an emergency, you're not going to engage the patient. You will refer him to the in-person consultation. If there is no emergency, you will continue with the detailed assessment. Even during the detailed assessment, you find that there is an emergency, you will again refer him to RNP or nearest in-person consultation. If there is no emergency, you will continue with the consultation. Either you will do health education, counseling, medication list O. Dr. Dalal sir will be discussing about medication list O. And if it is a video consultation, then only we'll go to list A. Without video consultation, you will not move to list A. Otherwise, it will be only list O. Now the second scenario, again the same mistakes. Patient calls you in the middle of the night, seeking for telemedicine consultation, telling that, sir, something is going wrong in the middle of the night, 12 o'clock. What shall you do? This is the commonest scenario. It is the what we call it as professional judgment and the discretion of the doctor to give or not to give the consultation. Either it may be psychiatrist or anybody. You can decide to give or not to give in the odd hour consultation. Sir, it is in the daytime he has called and it is an emergency. What should I do? The same mistakes I'm talking about. If it is emergency, then you have to follow the telemedicine guideline. It clearly says that you're not going to engage him. You are going to refer him to the in-person consultation. You will do advice. You will give first aid. You will talk to him about the first aid, counseling, and facilitate referral. So please be very clear. In emergency situation of psychiatry or any medical condition, you will do first aid. You will do counseling. You will facilitate referral. You will not engage in consultation. That's what the wording has been written in emergency situation. And you will document that. So the rule of thumb is in-person consultation for emergency care. Coming to the scenario 4, now this fellow has, you have given some prescription. You have told him to do some examinations, like maybe on email, you have sent him to do certain investigation. Now he has done investigation. He had come first time on telemedicine. Now you have sent him for some investigation. Now he has come back with investigation. Once he comes back for the second time within a matter of 1 month, is it a tele-follow-up or a new consult? This is a commonest question I have been answering many times. It is a first consultation again, because it is online. It is not a follow-up consult. It is not a tele-follow-up consult. Please be very clear. To have a tele-follow-up, it has to be in-person consultation in the past 6 months. I'll repeat it. It has to be in-person consultation within 6 months. Then only it will become tele-follow-up. Otherwise, he may contact you 10 times in a month only on telemedicine. Everything will be considered as first consult. Coming to the scenario 4, when do we call it as a mistakes is on tele-follow-up consultation? That is tele-follow-up consultation. The tele-follow-up consultation means in the past 6 months, at least once in-person consultation should be there. Once if he has done the in-person consultation, then you can do tele-follow-up. That means every 6 months once he has to meet you. That is very clear. Why it has been kept? It was kept deliberately because neurology and psychiatry are the people we said that every 6 months we have to do investigation. It may be lithium, it may be something. We have to do some test or we have to do general physical examination. That was the reason with this 6 months clause was kept. So again, the patient will, for tele-follow-up also, patient will contact you. You will, by the text or audio, you will do a consent is implied. You will send the proformas and the patient identification is done. Quickly assess for ID, emergency. If it is an emergency, again, you will send him for in-person consultation. If it is not there, this is the whole proforma for follow-up consultation. Again, it is not mandatory. It is an optional so that he fills up and you will be able to what we call it as it, and it becomes a part of medical. If you are able to do the follow-up consultation, education, counseling, refill of the old medication. That is very clear. That is medication list B. That means for tele-follow-up, you have a lot of freedom for writing various medication. If there is a new complaint, there is a new illness has come, then it will become a new consult. Moving to the scenario 6, how often patient requires to come on tele-follow-up? At least 6 months once. And once he comes for 6 months once, so you do the investigation and if require any physical examination. So now he has done first consultation, he has done tele-follow-up. For next 2 years, he has not met you. He is after 2 years, Mr. X is refusing medication and is not taking anything. And now the family is asking for telemedicine consultation. And the patient is not asking. The family, what should I do? Can a family member initiate a proxy teleconsultation? Yes. because telemedicine practice guidelines gives this. And telepsychiatric consultation also can be initiated by a family member or a caregiver. And it could be even a nominated representative or a family member or any authorized person. That is the wording has been used in the telemedicine consultation guidelines. So in this process, explicit consent is required, what is called as authorization letter. That authorization letter is not there in the telemedicine guideline, but they have mentioned about authorized letter. We have drafted an authorization letter, which can be modified to some extent, and it is available now as Appendix 4. Once the caregiver contacts the psychiatrist, who is a caregiver? Caregiver is either a family member or any person authorized by the patient, which is there in advanced directive. But however, here telemedicine guidelines talks about even when he has capacity. So there are two scenarios. Both patient and caregiver are together. Then is no problem. Talk to the patient, ask him he is comfortable in the presence of caregiver. You go ahead with the consultation. If he says, no, I don't want caregiver, you ask the caregiver to go outside, you see the patient. But now there is no patient at all. Only caregiver is there. What should I do? If the patient is less than 16, why 16? That was a controversial. It should have been 18 years. If the patient is minor, the parents can do direct consultation without any problem. If the patient is incapacitated, this is a very essential, especially dementia patient. If it is there, then you can go ahead with the consultation. That I will come to that, what you have to do. And a formal authorization is required, but however, capacity assessment comes mandatory here. Scenario 8. So initiation of telepsychiatric consultation by a family member with patient. If the patient is there, I gave you, this is the guideline. If the check the ID, if there is an adult patient, assess for online only, you will assess for the capacity. If the capacity is there, ask him you would like to do a telemedicine consultation. If he says yes, you will continue. If he says no, you will stop the consultation because the patient has capacity. If the patient doesn't have capacity, you will check for any advanced directive. If there is no advanced directive, go ahead with the NR. And if you think that it is a first consultation, don't do first consultation. It should be tele-follow-up consultation would be the preferable one. So initiation of telepsychiatric consultation without the patient. So this is again, if there is no patient, what should be done? So initiation of telepsychiatric consultation by a family member without a patient. So in-person consultation for the first consult, any first consult in the absence of patient, let it be in person. Don't make it, what we call it as, don't make the, in absentia, don't do first consult. For follow-up consult, check for the authorization letter if it is there in the absence of patient. If he has authorization letter, if you are able to recognize the patient, if you are able to have a valid ID, you can go ahead with the consultation. If you have any doubt, refer them for in-person consultation. So proxy consultation and proxy prescription is allowed, but it has to be with authorized. That is, explicit consent is required. Proof of ID should be done. And if you are able to recognize the patient, see that at the end of the day, what does the telemedicine practice guideline says of the ministry? It is very clear. You should identify the patient. If you are able to identify the patient, I know this is Mr. X, no need to ask ID. You know him very well when he's coming for every month in your OPD, you need not ask ID. But if you don't know, first time you're doing, worthwhile asking for ID and document that ID. If possible, keep the ID as a record. So, and also knowing the relationship between the patient and the caregiver. Next question is, can a health worker do a house visit and initiate teleconsultation? This is again for our patients who are locked up or who are very severely ill. Section 94 can be, Mental Health Care Act of Section 94, emergency consultation can be done. Here again, who is a health worker? Health worker is a nurse, allied health care worker, or a mid-level health care workers, or a ANM who can go to home and initiate the telemedicine consultation. So again, but here explicit consent is required. This is the process. I will not go into the details of it because the time is less. Now coming to the last part, how to keep medical records. See, when you're keeping medical records, telemedicine practice guideline is very silent to some extent. But however, Mental Health Care Act is very, very clear about this issue. It says you have to be, as per section 25, you have to give, whenever the patient asks for basic medical record, you have to give it. You can't say it was in the cloud and the cloud went off, or I had using certain person's software company, that software company closed, I don't know the password. That will not be excuse. You have to provide, because here telemedicine practice guidelines will not come. Mental Health Care Act will come because he's asking for a basic medical record under the Mental Health Care Act. Then what is the best way? You do use internet for consultation. Write down the way you're writing down in a piece of paper or a medical records. Keep a physical medical record. Many people may not agree. This is the initial part. Let's wait for 2-3 years and see how it goes. Then we switch over to EHR and EMR. EHR is electronic health record. EMR is electronic medical record. This is the basic medical record as per Mental Health Care Act. This you have to keep with you. So either it may be digital format or it may be in the physical format. I would rather say physical format, because we don't have so-called authenticated, extraordinary, best like Google or maybe somebody who's providing amazing services who says that today you hire my services, for next 20 years, I will guarantee you that I will provide you the health records. We don't have such kind of at this point of time. So access to basic medical record is very, very essential. It is the rights of the patient. Conclusion. Now, Dr. Dalal will take, Dr. Dalal sir will take over about the medications. These, whatever I am doing presentation is available on the website, on the YouTube. Suresh Badadmat is the channel. You can go and watch anytime. Various, what we call it, videos have been available. Over to Dr. Dalal sir. Sir, you have to unmute, sir.
Yes, Suresh, thank you very much. And kindly present the list, the medication list on telemedicine. Yes, there is the next slide, please, Suresh. Yes. So as has been said, that first is the list O, which is actually over the counter. So it may be any, say, paracetamol or any cough, any antacid, syrup, vitamin, whatever it is. So you can just tell, you can even do counseling, and you can provide first aid, and you can even make a referral. So all these things are possible in list O, right? And then, as has been said, that when the patient is coming for the first consult, that is in list A, it will be allowed during the first consultation. That is relatively safe medicines with low potential for abuse in the first video consult. As has been said, that first consultation where you are going to write list A medicines, it has to be a video consult. And those drugs prescribed for refilling during follow-up. So list A medicines are there, and I will be coming to the list in a moment. And then we come to list B. That is list B having all the other, I would say, psychotropics, except the prohibited list, which comes in list C. That is, in list B is a list of medications which a registered medical practitioner can prescribe in a patient who is undergoing follow-up consultation, right? In addition to those which have been prescribed during in-person consult for the same medical condition. So augmentation or add-on drugs for chronic medication, as we keep on doing in our case, so that can always be prescribed in the follow-up consult. The only thing which we should be careful about is that we should not prescribe list C medications, that is the prohibited list of molecules during Schedule X as well as the NDPS Act. So that is the crux of the thing. Now coming to this matrix, that is list O, it says that mode of consultation could be any, that is video, audio, text, and the nature of consultation, that is first consultation or follow-up, and the list of medicines is list O, as has been enumerated. And in list A, the medicines are prescribed, that is the first consult has to be a video consult, and then there will be follow-up consultation and could be in any medium, and then list A medicines can be prescribed, right? So we can continue those. And in list B, it could be in any modality, of course, but it has to be a follow-up, that is after first consult, and in that all the list B medicines can be prescribed. The prohibited drugs not to be prescribed either in any modality and in any that is first consult or in follow-up consult. And these are actually the Schedule X drugs of the Cosmetic Act and rules, as well as NDPS Act substances. Now list A is as has been said, that what I am directed to inform you that as per the subsection of such and such, the appropriate government shall notify essential drug list, and all medicines on the essential drug list shall be made available free of cost to all persons with mental illness at all times at health establishment run or funded by the appropriate government, starting from community health centers towards the public health system. So this was on 16th August 2019. Go ahead, Suresh. Yes. So this is the list A. That is it has given, it is basically the medicines which are being available in DMHP program. That is in antidepressant, sibepramine, escitalopram, fluoxetine, and in antipsychotics, haloperidol, risperidone, olanzapine, in anti-epileptic, phenobarbital and diphenhydramine, in mood stabilizer, lithium, carbamazepine, sodium valproate, anticholinergics, trioxyphenidyl, sedative hypnotics. As I told you that clonazepam has been added from 11th of April, that is appendix dated 11th April, and clobazam and clonazepam. And then injectables, of course, it is written that online prescription shall be given by a psychiatrist to a RMP or to a healthcare worker only through collaborative tele-video consultation. That is very, very important. And in that, three molecules are there: fluphenazine, haloperidol, and promethazine. And there is a caution note here that zolpidem and lorazepam, although they are available in the DMHP list, but they fall under the ambit of NDPS Act, and hence one must not prescribe this online currently. And the other thing is that injectable risperidone and olanzapine needs to be given under supervision, so by a psychiatrist only. So it is also not to be prescribed online through tele psychiatry. List B, it is all the other medicines which we use are available over here, and as the new molecules will come, I think they will also be added gradually. So this is the list of all the other medications which we are using till date, except the list C. Come to the next one, and this is the list C, that is the drugs of Schedule X, in which I would say that methylphenidate, which we are often using in our ADHD patients. So this molecule is not available with us in tele-psychiatry guidelines. And the next page, Suresh, the narcotic substances, of course, these are the medications which are not available with us, especially the category of benzodiazepines, which we are writing as in-person prescription. So besides clonazepam, we are not using any of the benzos in telepsychiatry guidelines. So this is there. This is the list that is being allowed by MCI on 11th of April 2020. That is drugs, that is the three molecules, drugs used in psychiatry practice, such as phenobarbital, clobazam, and clonazepam, are first consult as well as follow-up. So they have allowed this. And the prescription, Suresh, yes, this is the format. This is the format of prescription. Initially, there are what you call initials or the some details of the psychiatrist, and followed by the details of the patient as well as the chief complaints and relevant points from history, examination, and investigations, as well as the diagnosis and names of the medications. Here, a word of caution is that we will have to write generally prescriptions in capital letters and that generic names only. That is, and their dose frequency, first drug, second drug, and we can add. And special instructions, if we have to write anything that you can take this medication empty stomach or 1 hour before sleep or whatever. So you can write this as special instructions. Thank you, Suresh. And the prescribing injections FAQ, that Suresh, can you take over from here? Kindly unmute yourself.
Yeah, basically the injections cannot be prescribed. It has to be collaborative video consultation, sir has already told. And I think this is the last slide. And proxy prescription, we have already told that what can be done. It is allowed on telemedicine guidelines, but authorization letter is required. Thank you very much, sir. We will now take questions over to the chairperson, Dr. Gautam Saha sir, and also the Vora sir. Gautam Saha sir?
Yeah, my video is not disabled from there, I think.
No, sir, you're not to be seen.
My video was disabled by the organizer, I mean technical team.
Oh, obviously you're looking handsome, so they disabled it, sir.
Vora Saab, you can take over. Vora Saab.
Well, my video has also been disabled, and it says, you cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. They didn't like my grumpy face.
Dr. Brahmdeep.
Okay. Yeah. The question.
Kindly interfere.
Sir,
yes.
Sir.
There is the best.
Kindly allow the video of Dr. Gautam Saha and Dr. Vora, please. Their video is not being allowed.
Chat box, there is no.
Allow kariye.
Chat box, there is no question right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I couldn't see any question, in the chat box, although I have been writing to requesting people to vote.
There is one question.
No, there is a question actually. Yeah. Please go ahead, Dr. Sandeep.
Should I read the question?
Yes, no problem.
There is a third-year resident from Mulana who asked, he's asking about duration of maintenance of record in terms of telepsychiatry consult. For how long the records are to be maintained?
Dr. Suresh,
you want to ask?
Yeah, this we have to follow the we have to go for MCI ethics guidelines 2002, which says 3 years for inpatient. But however, it is silent about the telemedicine practice guidelines. We do not have any, even the telemedicine guidelines does not talk how many days it has to be kept. But MCI is very clear for inpatient 3 years. So apart from that, we don't have anything else at this point of time to give a valid point. But however, for mental health records in the central mental health regulation, even Nimesh Desai sir was there. During that time, we had made it for 5 years. I think if I remember correctly, 5 years you have to keep for the mental health records of a patient, either inpatient or outpatient. That is the way we have written in the regulation. But central regulations has not been still gazetted. Once it is notified, there we have made it very clear.
Thank you, Dr. Suresh.
Dr. Suresh, there is another question. Dr. Gautam Saha, you can read it out, the questions which are popping up.
Sure, Sandeep. Sandeep.
Nilofar Jan has asked, can you go ahead with her question?
What is the question?
Yeah.
Shall I read it out? If at the first consultation, patient is to be put on haloperidol from list A, is RMP allowed to add on trihexyphenidyl from list B in the same consultation? If not, how to avoid potential risk of acute EPS?
Oh, Dr. Majid.
Trihexyphenidyl is already allowed in list A. Kindly check.
No, what he said, sir, whether RMP can write the trihexyphenidyl or not, right?
No.
Yeah. Absolutely.
RMP can see his in person, so he can write, I think. What about, sir? Professor Dalal?
Suresh? Dr. Suresh, kindly unmute yourself.
Suresh, unmute yourself. Dr. Suresh.
Dr. Suresh, kindly unmute yourself.
Yes, sir, he can write.
Yes.
It should not be a problem because it's a list A drug and many people are already doing DMHP after training.
Next session.
So list A is an essential drug which has to be given from the community health center and above. That's what the law also says, Mental Health Care Act. And if he has undergone training, giving paloperidol and trihexyphenidyl should not be a problem, sir. That to oral medication, not injections.
Dr. Suresh, one question. Every 6 months, it is mandatory in person. Is it mandatory or?
For telefollow-up, yes, sir.
Or telefollow-up.
Because many a time there was an argument because it is basically neurologist and the psychiatrist only insisted in the final when it was to be released. We are the people who argued telling that let it be at least 6 months once. Because
whatever you told regarding investigation, that can be seen in the video consultation also. But physical examination we cannot perform.
Yes, sir.
Next, any question? Dr. Sandeep Grover?
Yeah, there is one more question how many medications can be prescribed in teleconsult? Number of medications somebody has asked. That is Dr. Nilofer John.
It is equal to real life consultation. It should be either list A, list B. If they are in the tele follow up, you can give any number of medications. Should not be a problem. Avoid list C. That's the only thing.
Can I have one or two more questions? Because we still have 3 minutes. And if there are one or two quick questions, and I'm sure speaker will be very happy to address those.
Suresh, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Suresh, like now the pandemic is extending beyond 6 months. So those people who have been seen in the month of April are actually going to lapse by the end of October. So how now the things are going to be dealt with when we're talking about this 6 months, because still OPDs are closed at most places. So what is the suggestion there?
No, you are asking me the law or you're asking me clinical question, Dr. Sandeep. Based upon that, my response will be there.
See, it's a question in terms of the clinical practice, which everybody is going to practice now. That if we say after 6 months you're not, so then people will either not take the teleconsult for the same patient, or they will call them to see anywhere there. So what is the advice there?
My advice would be is follow the telemedicine practice guideline, because it is here to guide you actually. Because telemedicine never took off for one reason. Doctors were apprehensive. There is no law, no rules, and they're very apprehensive. It has been made to such a way as easy as possible. If you look at any other guidelines, if you take any other US or Canada or even American Medical Association tele-guidelines, they have been very, very strict. It has been very liberal here. Of course, this is an unprecedented time. But here, again, you can see him online or you can see for the first time. But for the follow-up, if you want to do, it has to be tele follow-up, and then the list B can give. Otherwise, list A will continue.
Another question, Dr. Angad Harshbir Singh. Sir, how can we manage de-addiction patients, especially upward substitution patients who are on follow-up in the patient but cannot come due to lockdown or any other emergency?
Dalal sir, would you like to take that question, sir?
No, you see, emergency as has been spelled out very clearly, that emergency is always an emergency and it has to be an in-person consult. There is no doubt about it. And like we are doing OST clinics and other clinics, we are giving takeaways for more days now. Initially in our center, the patient has to come daily in the oral substitution therapy clinic, opioid substitution therapy clinic, but now we are giving them medications for 7 days or even up to 15 days also, and then we are calling them. So it is liberalized during this pandemic. And what Dr. Sandeep Grover is telling now, I mean, it is opening up. All the hospitals are starting more or less their OPDs, maybe with a little bit of restriction, but we are being allowed to see patients. Like in our university, we are seeing 50 patients per day. Maybe in other places, maybe even more. And similarly, in private setup also, people have started seeing patients. So gradually it will open up. Of course, if second wave comes, then nobody would say what will happen. But till date now, as we are seeing that the wave is dipping a bit, and everything is opening up. So it is good for us that everything is being followed.
Adding to what Dr.
Next question is Dr. Panna Sharma.
Gautam sir, 1 minute. Adding to what Dr. Dalal said, please understand NDPS drugs, Narcotic Drugs Psychotropic Substance Act, the rules varies from state to state. See, the Punjab's, I'll give an example for Punjab. Punjab state have various rules for OPD patients, inpatient patients, de-addiction registration should be done. Tomorrow, if we allow NDPS drug, like methylphenidate, Dr. Dalal sir and many people, even Dr. Shobha Srinath HOD earlier of NIMANS, wrote a letter to MCI asking for methylphenidate. Actually, it went up to methylphenidate was approved. To the last, the legal opinion was taken, there they raised this objection. The rules changes from state to state. Imagine, in Karnataka, I can give OST, OPD basis, without having anything. I can sit in OPD and I can give. Tomorrow, I start writing prescription to Punjab patients, where the regulation is very strict for them. I can pump medicines of methylphenidate to any patients anywhere in India, which may have a problem For the government, they said that it will be lateral, use will be more, and there was a caution was exercised. And then the legal luminaries said that please don't open up now, let's go slow. That was the advice given by the government. Hence, methylphenidate was again kept back. Otherwise, methylphenidate would have been given, and I would have been prescribing Punjab patients left, right, center, because instead of their going to go either Sandeep Grover or Sandeep Goyal, I can write from here for 1 month, 2 months. Why should they go? Because they as per their state rules, they cannot give OPD prescription on opioid. I can give from telemedicine because Karnataka state government allows. So that problem, they said that this should not be allowed at this point of time. So for that reason, the NDPS drugs have been kept outside the purview. It comes under the list C. And benzodiazepine also, they have been very, very cautious. That's my response. Gautam sir, please go ahead.
Suresh, just a second, Gautam. Suresh, can you tell them about the American news which you sent it to me? Can you
right.
over here, the importance of that?
Recently, they have unearthed a $5 billion, what we call it as lateral medicines have been done, and the insurance was used for drug abuse. Basically, the patients took drugs, and then the doctors also wrote these drugs, NDPS drugs, and it has been now come under the scam. It's a huge scam which has been, including pharmaceutical companies have been under the scanner now, and it has become a big issue in US. So I think we have to be very careful before we jump into the wagon. Let's go slow.
Hello.
I think we need to bring this session to an end. I know there are many questions, and this is a very interesting topic, and people would like to have many questions to clarify, many issues. But because of the constraints on time, we have to bring it to an end. So thank you very much for participating and asking so many interesting questions. And I personally have enjoyed, and I think sitting here in the UK, I have been benefited. What's happening with the rules, and regulation, the things are quite different here, and I was amazed, that how much mind has been applied in bringing those rules and regulations, in controlling, prescribing medications, seeing patients, in a country as big as India, where sometimes the things go missing. And I think, both the speakers have highlighted many, many interesting points, and the viewers must have been benefited a lot. Can I take this opportunity, and I would request all the other people also to thank very much Professor Dalal and Professor Baramat. And it was a very interesting and very, very illuminating and excellent presentation. Thank you very much. Professor Saha, you want to say something?
It's okay, sir. Thank you. Thank you. It was an excellent session. Yeah. I have also learned so many things, and I attended so many programs on telepsychiatry by Suresh and sir, Professor Dalal. It was really excellent, and it was very new to India, and it is very much effective. And the most interesting thing, it has not come not because of COVID situation. It was sanctioned before only. So we are growing. Definitely our medical system was getting day by day much more improvement will show. So thank you so much. Thank you, sir. My co-speaker, Dr. Vora. I'm really thankful to you and to my excellence to both speakers, Professor Dalal and Professor Suresh Badamat. Over to organize.
Just the last word, the most interesting thing was that, for instance, I've been running my clinic, my inpatient, doing postgraduate teaching, attending meetings, webinars, and all those things, mainly online, and I was very relieved in a way that things are not that harsh and hard, as have been explained, by both the speakers, so I'm lucky in that way, and I think we keep on enjoying. Thank you very much once again. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So I'm thankful to the chairpersons, Dr. Vora sir and Dr. Gautam Saha sir, and I'm thankful to the speakers, Dr. P.K. Dalal and Dr. Suresh Badamat. And as reminded previously, we would close the session with clapping. So And
Thank you.
it is e-session. We would take the opportunity of sending the mementos by electronic means only. It would be sent through Amazon and through the couriers. So at present, we can just send the thanks and the clappings at present, and rest
Thank
of it
you
would be
so
sent,
much.
through the electronic means only. We would shift to the next session, and
you.
we are running
Dr.
just.
Brahmdeep, Dr. Brahmdeep,
Thank you, Majid bhai.
may I come in? May I come in? Dr. Gautam Saha and Dr. Adarsh have to do one more, I think, one more assignment, that the best question, excluding Dr.
Yes.
Sandeep Grover, he is not the contestant, he is the faculty.
Yes.
So the
So-
rest of the three, I think they need to choose one question out of the three, which will be awarded accordingly.
Well, I'll leave it to Professor Saha. You know, he'll be in a better position to
Kindly exclude Dr. Sandeep Grover. He is the faculty. He should not be included in the
Okay,
eligible list.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
Just hold on.
Thank you. Yeah.
And I think, a minute. The question of regarding the OST.
Regarding the OST, yeah. Yeah, I think we got it. Dr. Brahmdeep, did you get it regarding the
Yeah.
OST? There was a question.
That is very pertinent, actually.
No, that question was from Sandeep Grover.
No.
No. It was for other person. Sandeep Grover is excluded from the eligible list.
It is from
I would request to be unbiased, because Dr. Grover, he did his PG almost 2 decades back, so we cannot include him in the PG questions. And he's a speaker in the waiting as well, sir. So we can continue with the next session, and I would request Dr. Gautam Saha, sir, to send me the name of the PG whom he has chosen as the best question, and I would include it in the
Okay, we'll do that.
coming session. We would declare in the next session. That would you can take your time to choose it, sir. Thank you, sir. I would request. I'm really thankful to the chairperson and the speakers, and I would request Dr. Majid to invite the chairperson for the next session.
So the next session is very important one, and it is to be deliberated by none other than Dr. Sandeep Grover. I think I would get biased once I introduce him. So better is the chairpersons introduce him very much before I do any honors like that. And for this session, the topic is telepsychiatry, ethics and etiquettes, because we understand that in our professional work, whatever we do, it has to follow certain rules and regulations, certain ethics and etiquettes. So to do the honors, we have two eminent faculty members from Indian psychiatry, I would say. One is Dr. Preeti Arun. She is a very senior psychiatrist. She is professor of psychiatry at Government Medical College, Chandigarh. She is joint director, Government Rehabilitation Institute for Intellectual Disabilities. She is a pioneering member of the department in GMCH for starting so many special clinics, in charge of child guidance clinic and disability cell of the institute. She has many publications to her credit, book chapters. She has undertaken ICMR funded projects as well on autistic spectrum disorder study. She has received many awards like A.K. Kala, prestigious J.C. Borrell Award from IPS North Zone. And most importantly, she was our very important, I think she has been our honorary general secretary of IPS North Zone as well. Second chairperson we have is our Dr. Brahmdeep Sindhu, who is coincidentally the organizing chairperson for the program. He is immediate past president of Indian Psychiatric Society-North Zone. He is Chief Medical Officer, Department of Health, Government of Haryana. He has many chapters, and he has done a lot of work. I know that he does it with governmental and non-government organizations. And most importantly, he is a dear friend and dear colleague. Over to chairpersons for introducing Dr. Sandeep Grover and the topic.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah,
Dr.
thank you,
Majid. I would
everyone.
request Dr. Preeti ma'am to introduce the speaker. Preeti ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, organizers, for inviting me here, because it's such an amazing session which is going on. And I have the privilege of introducing Professor Sandeep Grover, who is currently working in Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. His areas of interest are consultation liaison psychiatry, geriatric psychiatry, severe mental disorders, and psychopharmacology. His awards and achievements, it's a really long list. He has 611 publications in peer-reviewed journals. I think it's a little old, must be a little more by now. And 58 book chapters. He has edited 4 books. He has been editor and associate editor of many journals: Indian Journal of Psychiatry, Indian Journal of Psychological Medicine, Journal of Geriatric Mental Health, and Journal of Mental Health and Human Behavior, which he's still continuing. And his citations have been staggering 8,561. He has received many awards, thrice by ICMR and multiple awards by Indian Psychiatric Society, like Pune Psychiatrist Association Award 1 and 2, Tilak Venkobarao Oration Award, Marfatia Award, and Murugappan Poster Award, and also awards by Indian Association of Social Psychiatry, GC Boral Award, BB Sethi Poster Award, and VK Verma Award, and Indian Association of Geriatric Mental Health, IAGMH Award, and Shweta Tiwari Award. And besides this, he has also received the Young Psychiatrist Fellowship of the World Psychiatric Association, Asian Federation Psychiatrists Association, Pacific Rim College of Psychiatrists, and International Society of Bipolar Disorders. And he has been given honorary mention for the World Psychiatric Association from developing countries in 2008. So it's really a privilege to introduce you, Professor Grover. And I request you for this presentation, which we have been waiting. So after the presentation on what telemedicine guidelines are, now we are coming to the ethics and etiquettes. So Dr. Sandeep Grover.
Thank you, madam. Thanks for the kind words. Is my screen visible to all?
Very, very clear.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk about the basic ethics and etiquettes when we are practicing telepsychiatry, because it's a new thing which all of us are getting used to, and at this moment all of us are doing some hit and try. So what basically we need to understand that we all are aware about the the ethics of in-person consultation between the patient and the physician, and the basic rules of any face-to-face ethical consultation, like autonomy, beneficence, confidentiality, non-maleficence, equity, and justice, also apply to the telemedicine guidelines or telemedicine practice. And that is where we need to understand the ethics here does not end there, but it also involves many other issues like providing competent care, safe care, taking proper informed consent, promoting privacy, confidentiality, which I'll be discussing. So what we understand by competent and safe care? Basically, this means that we need to develop the requisite skill and the knowledge before beginning the telepsychiatry practices. Although we all of us have started, Government of India has given us 3 years time to develop our skills, but still people, those who are at the institutional level or other levels, should develop their own skills, how to practice it. It's not that it's as simple as doing a face-to-face consultation. And we need to have explicit anticipated discussion with the patient as to how to deal with the crisis, because some of our patients may be suicidal, and how we need to deal with that. And we also need to be aware of the technological limitations which can be problem for dealing with certain individual patients. Suppose we are dealing with a dementia patient who is an elderly person, and we should be aware when we can shift to the in-person care. And we need, before you start the consultation, it's better to have other contact numbers, especially of other family members, or whom you can call back if the patient is suicidal or is threatening to harm himself, because these are the important issues when you're trying to practice safe telepsychiatry practices. And having a list of local resources for emergency care can also be very, very handy. Then we again need to understand there are certain ethical principles which we need to take care of ourselves, that we need to be very, very clear that when we are trying to practice telepsychiatry, it may mean actually 24/7 availability. But if we are not available for 24/7, we need to inform our patient what they are supposed to do in the emergency, how they have to do things. And again, when we need to exercise our professional autonomy to decide when to shift from telepsychiatry to face-to-face interview. And accordingly, we need to inform our patient. The issue of informed consent is again very, very important in terms of telepsychiatry, and there are a lot of issues which are being discussed as implied consent, implicit, and explicit consent. And what we need to understand that when we're changing from one mode to use of like face-to-face to tele, or from tele to face-to-face, again, the new consent will be required. And if at all there's a change in the healthcare worker, earlier, suppose a resident was providing care and now as a faculty member, you are providing a care, or earlier as a faculty member, you are providing a care, now the patient shifts to another faculty member, a new consent will be required. Then we need to understand that the safer thing to do is to have implicit consent, is ask the patient to log in or dial. That means they are seeking help, and that actually helps in conveying to the legal authorities also the call has been started by the patient, and accordingly the consult has been started. And if at the beginning of the consultation, it's better to have a warm request to the patient to start consultation and seek the consent. And what we need to understand, there are different forms of consent which we are now discussing and debating about. That consent can be obtained by email, SMS, HTML format, verbal consent, and so forth. But we need to understand that at this moment, it's not been very, very clear. So whatever the best, if you're taking a verbal consent, always record that in the audio video format, or whatever format which you want to record, or in the form of email or the so-called checklist, so that it works out well from the legal perspective. But when we talk about proper informed consent, it basically means explaining the patient about how the telemedicine works, how to schedule the appointments, what are the primary concerns of yours and the patient, what could be the technical failures which can lead to technical confidentiality breaches, and what are the protocols for contacting during the virtual visits, and what are the prescribing policies and coordinating care with other health professionals. These all needs to be clearly informed to the patient before you say that you have obtained a proper informed consent. In terms of telepsychiatry, promoting the privacy and confidentiality, people, those who were earlier not prepared to come to the psychiatrist, and we had a large mental health gap, telepsychiatry is going to provide access to them. But what we need to understand that there are much more chances of breach of data, and the breach of data can occur at the level of service provider who is providing you the internet or other kind of servers, and their business associate also can interfere in the data. So you need to inform the patient about this, but the things which are in our hand as healthcare professional, we need to take care that we are able to protect the data of the patient. Then how we can protect? What could be our legal framework which can save us from the legal proceeding is, have you taken reasonable steps or not? And the reasonable steps include becoming familiar with minimum standard of technology security and the systems which meet these standards which should be used, so that you are not in conflict with the law. Then the managing the boundaries is the geopolitical boundaries, that is within India, you are allowed to practice telepsychiatry. You cannot go outside that. If you're taking patient outside of India, then you're taking a risk and you can be again in conflict with the law. Although telepsychiatry takes you very close to the patient, but remember, they are still too distant from the patient, and need to understand that it can lead to difficulty in dealing with patients who are suicidal. And we need to be thinking that when you're providing telepsychiatry consultation from home, it often does not give a feeling of carrying out a proper consultation, and it can therefore be taken very lightly. And similarly, interaction on the social media should be avoided with your patients whom you're seeing on the telepsychiatry. Then about continuity of the care, you should clearly tell at the end of the session that what would be the role of the patient, how to function, how to cover things, and consent of all the parties, for example, if the family members are involved, should be taken. There should be clear guidance about what to be done next, medication, investigation, emergency visit, and so on. And you should be in regular communication with, there should be regular communication among the members of the treating team to understand what is going on with the patient and how to proceed further. And proper follow-up arrangement needs to be made. So these are the basic ethical principles which we all are supposed to follow while practicing telepsychiatry. And as an advocate, which all of us are doing, that we are promoting access to people, those who do not have access to telepsychiatry or the mental health services. We need to become more advocate of the practice of telepsychiatry so that the psychiatry reaches the unreached masses. Then what are the responsibility of the clinicians? As we were discussing in the previous session, keep a detailed record that ensure that the patient has understood the advice and the treatment suggestion, and we must be prepared to recommend direct patient-doctor contact when we believe that is in the best interest of the patient and we do not violate the geopolitical boundaries. Now, with this background, let's understand what are the basic etiquettes. The etiquettes are understood as a set of rules or customs that control accepted behavior in particular social situation or social groups, and we all need to follow certain this kind of etiquettes. And basically, simply saying, it basically mean the manners which we have as to how we talk, how we walk, or how we behave in the society. So that when it comes to the patient-physician relationship, we all need to understand that how we need to initiate a consult, take the consent of the patient, how we behave with the patient, how we show empathy, and how we end with the consult. So that same principle also apply to a teleconsult. But in addition to that, we need to understand now here using a term that is netiquette, where we combine the network and the etiquette. So which are basic things, with simple behavior which we are supposed to have on the internet while we are talking about. So the telehealth etiquettes include the unique behavior which are beyond that of a typical professional behavior in order to conduct a effective telehealth visit, or more importantly, to prevent a poor telehealth visit. That's again very, very important to understand. And this can include both verbal and non-verbal behavior. It's not that what you're talking to patient, but how you are behaving with your patient. So the telepsychiatry etiquettes can be divided into 4 things as how the consult goes. That is how you prepare, how you begin the consult, how you conduct the consult, and how you wrap up the consult. So when it comes to preparing for the consult, I think the most important aspect is how you dress yourself. And it's better that you avoid flashy colored clothes, avoid so-called revealing clothes. It's better to use solid neutral color clothes which have limited patterns and prints. Avoid any kind of jewelries or bangles dangling around, and have a comb or something ready with yourself so that you can always check how you are looking and you can prepare yourself for the next consult. And especially it becomes very, very important when you're having meals in between, having snacks in between, and something is wrapped around your mouth, that looks very, very odd on the camera to the other side. And depending on the institutional so-called policies, you can use a lab coat whenever appropriate. It's always better to have your name printed on that so that the patient or the family members can know whom they are talking to. I think the equipment issue will be detailed by the next speaker, so I'm not going into that in detail, but specifically the webcam should be at the eye level, and while you're speaking, while you're conducting the consult, look at the camera rather than looking at your screen. That is very, very important. Logos should be placed behind the provider at a distant site so that it covers whole of your background, and preferably choose a neutral background which is free of anything so that it does not take patient attention. Patient should not get distracted by that. And it's better to obtain all the contact information from the patient and other people who are involved in the consultation beforehand, so that you know what you have in access, what all access you have. As I already discussed, that it's better to have other contact numbers also. And where do we carry out a teleconsult? It's important to understand that it is not necessary to do it in an office setup, but it does not mean that it can be done anywhere. And the space should reflect professionalism. It's always better to use a table and a chair so that you can sit upright. And if you're using mobile phone, it is better to stabilize it rather than holding on the hand and moving around while carrying out a teleconsult. In terms of audio video clutters and distraction, I think we all have got used to it so much now that you need to take care of all the noise around, and also put off your other phones and other gadgets around, all other things which can be doing so-called notifications, so that you don't get distracted while you're carrying out the teleconsult. Similarly, look for the sounds or the air flows which can disturb the sound system, like AC, fan, open windows, so that you take care of them. Especially as a resident, when you're writing the history, make sure that your papers are placed at a proper distance from the microphone so that they do not create some kind of distraction to the patient or cause some kind of noise problems. The lighting should be again very clear so that the patient can see you, and similarly you can see the patient. Ideally, any bright light source should be positioned behind and slightly above your camera for the best results. And adjust the camera so that you can fill the screen as much as possible instead of also seeing the desk, chair, and so on. And it's better to review all the documents beforehand. If your resident has prepared the notes and everything, it's better to review the same beforehand, so that when you are talking to the patient, you will utilize all the time to eliciting information and providing information to the patient rather than reviewing the documents simultaneously. Then always ask the people on the other side also to prepare for the teleconsult with regard to the lighting, sound, and so forth, and security, and ask also them to so-called settle their equipment rather than using the moving around with the equipment. For example, if you see in this picture, if somebody is sitting like this, I would not be very comfortable in doing a teleconsult for the person. And it's always better that you, while you're preparing, be on time, because respect time, that's very, very important. But due to any reason, if you're not able to do that, fix up the appointment, inform the patient how long you're going to take to reach back for the consult. And when you're beginning your visit, mute your microphone until the visit begins, and ensure that the person receiving care is comfortably seated, his privacy and accessibility is ensured, and take the permission from the person to start the consult, and introduce yourself and others involved in the visit. Whoever is present in the room where you're taking the consult, it's better to inform the patient who all are available. And you start the visit by checking that whether the person is able to see you and hear you clearly, and look at the webcam, as I've already said, while speaking rather than looking at your screen. Then check for the presence of others, ask the patient for their location, who all are around, and ask the patient, are they comfortable in talking in presence of others? But if patient requires privacy, it's better to give him privacy, but still knowing who all are present in the vicinity, so that if required, can somebody be called while you're continuing with the teleconsult. And if you want to record the audio video session, inform the patient about that the session is going to be recorded. What is the purpose and the use of this recording? Tell them that they have the right to refuse, and this can be done at the beginning of the session, and also you can ask them to, that if they feel in between during the session also, they can ask you to interrupt the recording. Then speak to your at your normal voice without shouting at the top of your voice, and do not be afraid to ask questions about the noise you hear from the other side, and use very neutral gesture when you speak, and avoid too much of movements. Avoid, if possible, rapid movements or the erratic hand gestures, and empower the patient to speak up if they find something that they have not understood and they want to ask to repeat the question. And carry a very smiling face so that it reflects happiness on your face, and patient is also comfortable. Try to spend some time initially to build a therapeutic relationship before you start discussing the clinical issues, and avoid things like yawning, chewing gum, and so forth. And ask the patient if they can hear you properly, and use proper head nodding and leaning forward to convey your empathy to the patient. And encourage all the participants to speak very clearly to the microphone rather than talking to each other there, and encourage only one person to speak one time, and do not interrupt when other person is speaking, so that you can give them time. And use, whenever you are using any language, be respectful, control your emotions, although you may be finding problem at the other side. If you want to take notes as a junior resident, because when you're taking notes, your attention can move away from the screen, which can be felt by the patient as if you are not interested. So it's better to convey to the patient that while I'm conducting this interview, I'm listening to you and I'm also taking notes. So I may not be able to maintain the full eye contact, but please do not presume that I'm not listening to you. That's very, very important, especially at the resident level, because who are supposed to maintain the records for the patients. And in terms of supervising, I think many times it happens that supervision, that patient is there on the webcam and the faculty is there on the other side and the resident is there on the other side, and at times they are yelled at. So it's better that we maintain the dignity of the resident and all people involved, and it's better not to yell at your trainees while you're conducting the video consult. But that does not mean that I'm promoting that you can yell at them when you're not conducting a video consult. But what we need to understand, the congenial environment is to be provided. And avoid doing any kind of multitasking when you carry out the video consult, because all those things can be very, very distracting and can cause problems for your video consult, and you may lose interest in that. Then by the end of your consult, have clear instruction before ending the visit. How will the prescription and other instructions will be transmitted to the patient? They should be informed about that. What is the need for follow-up and how to follow up? What is to be done for the emergency care and visit? How to handle suicidality for the patient and the family? What is the diagnosis being concerned? And allow the people to ask any questions they have. Always seek a feedback about the satisfaction with the consultation and what has been understood with the content, and ensure follow-up appointments are made. Ensure that all reports and documents are completed. Turn off and store the equipment properly, and report any technical problems if you are facing to the backup team. Finally, teleconsult requires a big professional work, that be there in time, maybe preferably a few minutes before the scheduled time, and be aware of the end time also. Do not extend the time beyond, because patients are and the family are at their home. For you, it may be a professional consult, but they have to look around for many other things at home. So be very clear about the end time also. Thank you.
Unmute. Thank you, Dr. Grover, for very crisp presentation and maintaining it within the time. I'm really thankful to you, and I would request Preeti ma'am to welcome the questions. There are so many questions flashing. Should I ask?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you can go ahead. There are many questions that some I feel are related to the previous session.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so
Yes.
questions
So,
related to ethics. That's what we should focus in this session.
right. So there is one question related to how to take consent from the delirious patient without relatives in telepsychiatry.
I think that's very, very important to understand that usually a person who is delirious will not initiate a consult on his own if he is actually delirious. So I feel that at least in my clinical practice, I have not encountered a situation where a delirious patient himself initiates a consult. But as I've said, that if that scenario arises while your team is collecting the background information, you have the numbers of other family members and whom you can contact and inform that patient is delirious. In that case, preferably stop the teleconsult and ask the patient to come to emergency, or ask the family member to bring the patient to the emergency.
Fine. Another question is related to, it is from Priya Arora. It is related to, is verbal consent valid, or do we have or we need to record the consultation as proof, as there is no formal written documentation? It is from SGT Medical College.
As I said, there are 2 or 3 things which we need to understand. That if the consultation is started from the patient end, as we see, for example, when we are seeing patients in our OPD, patient walks to our OPD, you don't see so-called consent from patient before you start examining them or taking the history. So again, that is considered the implied consent the patient has come to you. So similarly, in the teleconsult, if the patient is initiating a consent, you can presume that there is an implicit consent there. However, still, in the current scenario where you don't have other options, at present people are trying to figure out how to ensure consent. If you are audio video recording the verbal consent, that should be okay, but till now there is no very clear legal framework as far as I am aware that how we have to overcome this. But people are suggesting that you can go for e-signatures or so-called checklist kind of a format, or collect the consent in the form of SMS or email. There are multiple options being discussed, but there is no single consensus on this at this moment.
Right. Another question is from Dr. Ashish. It is he's asking that if there is a patient who is giving you a choice to come in the OPD as well as to come for teleconsultation, what should be the preference?
The patient is giving the choice, or you are giving the choice to the patient?
No, he's asking that if it is possible for him to come to OPD, should we enforce that the patient should come to OPD, or that the telepsychiatry consultation should be approved?
Okay.
That is
it totally depends on how your institute is functioning at this moment. If the institute is running the OPD services and if patient is prepared to come, give the preference to the patient. Let him choose what he prefers. If both the services are running, let the patient choose rather than you choosing for them.
Right. So nice. And I think we should conclude the session. Preeti ma'am for her comment, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. So questions are many, and many questions are looking that which are not related to really the ethics or the etiquettes. But yes, it definitely says that this topic is very much required to be discussed again and again. So like one question about that, if the client expresses active suicidal ideas during first consultation in telepsychiatry visit. So in such situation, we must insist that physical consultation is required, not teleconsultation. So yeah. which was the earlier session. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Sandeep Grover. Thank you, Dr. Brahmdeep.
Thank you. I'm really thankful to Dr. Sandeep Grover for sparing his time and giving so much of energy and enthusiasm to this session. He had been a backbone to our executive council, and he had been really helpful for preparing the scientific program also. And I would like to share the best question for the last session, which Dr. Gautam Saha and Dr. Vora sir has sent. It is Dr. Angad Harshbir Singh. It is from MMI MSR. So congratulations to Dr. Angad Harshbir Singh for the last session's question, and clapping for the session which is concluded recently. Thanks to Dr. Preeti and thanks to Dr. Sandeep Grover. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, so we are almost 20, shifting to the next session. We are almost, although Dr. Grover had been very quick and very timely in that way, still we are almost, it is 4:54 and at present we should be around 4:10. So almost going somewhat late, but we would shift to the next session. Any participant who is feeling tired, they can do some stretching and again continue with it. Because we are having the next session that is about establishing the telepsychiatry unit, and the chairperson for the next session is I would request that all of us should recognize both of them are the Dr. R.C. Jiloha and Dr. B.S. Shekhawat. They are having great looks. So those who are not able to recognize Jiloha sir, many of them are confusing him with Dr. Andrade. So, Dr. Jiloha, he's a renowned psychiatrist. Namaskar, sir. Jiloha, sir. Namaskar, sir. Welcome, Dr. Shekhawat. And I would...
Thank you, Dr. Brahmdeep.
Sir. So I would introduce Dr. R.C. Jiloha, although he is, he doesn't need any introduction, but for the sake of it, I would introduce him. He is a very senior psychiatrist with almost 45 years of professional experience as a clinician, medical teacher, researcher. He has worked for years together in Maulana Azad Medical College and then at Jamia Hamdard University. And so many PG students would be there who, and maybe many of them are faculty at present, who would say so that they had been privileged to be his student, and maybe many of them have passed psychiatry when he was examiner. He had been director professor at GB Pant Medical College and GB Pant Hospital and Maulana Azad Medical College. So he is our first chairperson, and next chairperson is Dr. B.S. Shekhawat. Dr. B.S. Shekhawat, welcome, Dr. B.S. Shekhawat. So many of them are confusing him with
Thank you.
Somebody from Air Force, but don't confuse him. He is our real Dr. Shekhawat, real warrior and front one who is always there for Indian Psychiatric Society-North Zone. So Dr. Shekhawat is a very senior person. And at present, he is government professor senior professor at Government Medical College, Kota. He has many awards like Solanki Gold Medal Award, Service Above Self Award, and he has been the president of IPS North Zone. At present, also he is the North Zone representative to the Indian Psychiatric Society. I welcome you, Dr. Shekhawat, Dr. Jiloha sir, and over to the chairpersons for this session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Brahmdeep. It's an honor to chair the session with Dr. Jiloha Sahab. He has been my teacher during my senior residency, and he is very affectionate and very kind-hearted person. So, without wasting any time, let us start the next presentation by Dr. Kausik Sinha Dev. He is from All India Institute of Medical Science.
Let me introduce Dr. Kausik Sinha. A brief introduction. He is from All India Institute of Medical Sciences, a senior faculty member and very much interested in technology, care in psychiatric practice, having more than 50 research publications at his credit, and currently is looking after consultation lines in psychiatry as well as telepsychiatry unit being in progress at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Dr. Kaushik Sinha, please.
Unmute. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Brahmdeep, and it's an honor to be chaired by Jiloha, sir. He has been coming to AIIMS for many years as our examiners. And it has always been a pleasure to listen to Dr. Sandeep Grover and to my previous speakers. My topic is, am I audible? Just let me clear it up in the beginning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and can I share my screen?
Yes, please.
Okay. So
we are able to see you and listen to you.
Okay, so PowerPoint, I'll start sharing. Yeah. So I have started sharing my screen. I guess the technology part is going all right because often there is a hitch. My topic is slightly above the graduate level, but in a sense, I will try to bring issues which help all of us, our graduate students, as our postgraduate trainees, and beyond them, when we are trying to establish a telepsychiatry unit. So my topic is about establishing a telepsychiatry unit, and there are two parts of that. One is establishing, and the other part is establishing the telepsychiatry unit. So establishing anything doesn't happen on a person himself or herself, and it is always kind of a team approach. And therefore, to establish a unit, you would need somebody very senior. So, and somebody who is very enthusiastic about new things and technology. Luckily, at this point of time, we have Professor Chadda, who is our head of the department, who is pretty enthusiastic about technology and gives kind of a free hand to us youngsters to bring in these new technologies. At the same time, you need a colleague or at least a few other people who are like-minded who would work. So I am happy that I have Dr. Rohit Verma. They are the speakers in the next half of this combined presentation. And things won't work until unless you have a few dedicated residents, senior residents who can do all the running around and understands technology themselves and loves them. So it's, I think, a combination of all four of us, whatever I'm speaking, rather than me myself. If you look at the timeline, what we see that telepsychiatry was there at AIIMS and in psychiatry and NEDC even in 2019, even before this COVID pandemic came. So there was this one network called Project ECO, which has a telemedicine, which used to use Zoom in 2013-14 onwards. So it's a long time back. When I joined as a faculty, Zoom was there in Project ECO, where a distant patient would be presented by a distant practitioner to an expert in a central institute. So that bypassed many of the problems with consent about how to prescribe and all those things. And the idea was to transfer knowledge to general practitioners, others, from specialists in central institute. So at AIIMS, we have been running things with Ladakh. Then there is a AIIMS telemedicine network that does teaching even in African countries. But all of them suddenly changed, and it became something that has to be done on a much more larger scale on around 25 March this year, when the national lockdown came. And very quickly, the government came out with the telemedicine guidelines. Dr. Suresh has been very eloquent about the specificities and the legalities of those guidelines and where it is a guideline and where it is essential. By 30th March, so that is within 5 days, AIIMS had already started its telemedicine facility on a broad level, and psychiatry was one of the first few centers, departments which had launched this telemedicine facility. Subsequently, over the next few months, we had to reassess our own position, and we had to frequently change the way and the modalities which we are doing. So this presentation is more of a part of journey of the pitfalls, so that we all can learn together. And I guess such kind of experience sharing from other centers Although for individual practitioners, it might be slightly different, but I'm guessing that most of the residents would be working in similar situation. So such journey sharing from many other centers will bring new insights into how the problems happen unexpectedly and how to tackle them. So one thing to understand is that telemedicine itself can be a huge field. So even if you look, telemedicine for COVID, that's how it came in the current time. COVID affects a lot of people in various different ways. So it affects the general population, and then it affects particularly, specifically, person who are in isolation. Then there are family members of patient whose stress levels are slightly different and stressors are higher. Then it affects the COVID-19 patient themselves. Now there are reviews in Lancet which are saying that around 30 to 40% of patients with COVID, they present with delirium. And amongst all them, there are special populations which would cut across all the other groups, which are healthcare workers, frontline workers, and other psychiatry patients. So one question is, when we are starting a telemedicine service, for whom are we starting? Otherwise, it's very easy to lose focus in starting a service, and it's very easy to get overwhelmed. The second question is, for what condition are we starting the telemedicine service? As it happens in pandemic situations or any other situation, maybe a large proportion are actually mental health issues that to do with fear, stress, anxiety, low mood, sleep, and some physical symptoms. But they did not break the criteria of a psychiatric disorder and a psychiatric diagnosis. So a lot of consultations in telemedicine actually come from these kind of symptoms. Do we have the resources at a central institute or at your institute level to cater to all, or do you want to focus your attention to specific areas which you feel should be the thrust areas initially? Then there are psychiatric disorders. So people who have breached the threshold of diagnostic criteria, and we are considering them to have more than problems and disorders. Of them, those who are having psychiatric disorders, a certain fragment would be having, or a certain section would be having pre-existing conditions or pre-existing psychiatric disorders who are primarily coming for their follow-up. So these services are to be reached to them at a more priority level, and the most priority would be perhaps the psychiatric emergencies. Now, if you have to organize telemedicine services, so one part would be the telepsychiatry follow-up, which specifically caters to people who are under your follow-up before the lockdown happened or the problems happened, and now you want to cater to them by digital means. Or it can be telepsychiatry emergency, where you are doing, like Dr. Suresh was speaking about, you are doing kind of a stopgap. You are doing something known as a handover. So you do a first aid, you connect the person with the respective ambulance services, you connect the person with the respective department's emergency services. Your responsibility does not end by saying that you should go to the emergency, but you should also provide him a way of going to emergency if possible. So that's a proper handover. So these two, but apart from them, there can be something telepsychiatry, which is, I think the guidelines are talking about, which is talking about diagnosed or cases with psychiatric disorders. So we can call them, perhaps clinical telepsychiatry. But in the broadest fact, what we are talking about is telemental health, where patients can call about sleeplessness for say 3 to 4 days because of a certain stressor, and you can counsel them. So depending upon the resources, depending upon the place and the type of practice, you will have to be sensitive about what you are dealing with, because most of the telehealth issues can be solved by psychiatrists, psychologists, health counselors, and even psychiatric nurses, if you have those category of resource person, because we live in a very resource limited setting. So a single person have to do that. So what happened is when we started in 2020, the telepsychiatry services, we were amongst the first. We started with a follow-up of our patients who were regularly showing there. And the patients could call the doctor, and 3 SIM numbers were given to our department. We asked for 3 phone numbers from the computer facility, and we came out with a telepsychiatric guideline. That was even very early. We came out with by March 31st, we came out with a telepsychiatric guideline about what we are doing. The mistake that we did, perhaps, was that in the guideline, we made one of the SIM numbers public. What happened immediately after that, with other telepsychiatric services picking up and the government Sanjeevani services still not picking up, there was a flurry of call which were not from our patient but from general public or general people asking non-psychiatric question, because that Google search gives up number in various different algorithms, which might not match. So we were flooded by questions about how long COVID will last, what kind of mask should I wear. We can answer these questions, but then we are doing a disservice to our own patients who require this number more. And then when we are unable to answer because the phone number is coming out to be engaged all throughout the day, and in the evening when a resident hands over, we cannot do a 24/7 services. We are doing a daytime OPD based services. Then there were complaints to AIMS that, look, this phone number particularly. So there were departments like psychiatry, neurology, cardiology. Many of the departments, patients started complaining that we cannot reach the doctor. So we quickly realized that maybe giving a general number for a general psychological counseling is a wrong step to start if you are doing a service for telehealth for everybody. So if you're doing your individual practice, or if you're prepping to do a teleconsultation, there has to be a way to tackle the caseload if it comes to this. So that was one of our first learning. The second learning, so that made us understand, okay, we need to understand what our resources are and we need to get to our focused area. So what we started doing initially was, we approached the computer facility, and in AIMS, we have a digital patient registration for their OPD services. So from the computer facility, we started getting this Excel sheets. And these Excel sheets are the appointments of the persons who are our own patient, and therefore identity is assured and kind of implicit consent is taken because they have asked for this consultation. But they had asked for a face-to-face consultation, which suddenly stopped because of the lockdown. So our telemedicine point one, beta, was to have a team of 2 junior residents, 1 senior resident, and a faculty in charge, and have them go to each of these numbers in the morning and call them up saying that, look, you had asked for an in-person consultation, but because of the lockdown, we just thought that we should ask from you. Do you have any issues that you want to discuss? And we simply started with a phone call because technology is a huge barrier that needs to be crossed in telemedicine, particularly when you are starting a service. So this is in our initial days. It's one of our junior residents who is sitting all alone and in front of a computer and calling up one patient after another and trying to just stick out whose number are there. And this becomes important because once you're calling the patient, it becomes your responsibility to assure minimum standards of care. So quality assurance for any service that you are providing is the service provider's responsibility. So we saw that chart previously, which that Excel was there. After a few days, within a few days, we realized that around 50-60% of the number, the data will be presented by my senior resident who has done a quite exhaustive job of going through all the data. So it's like we decided that many of the numbers are not actually patients or their family members' numbers, because sometimes the patient would give false number or some other relative would get the card made for the patient. So we started finding out that we are calling a particular number, but it's coming out that we are getting a certain proportion of those patients. So we started in the Excel having formulas that will tell us whether the call was a success or the call was not required. The patient said, yes, I had asked for, but now I am settled, or the call failed. And if it failed, then what was the reason for failing? And from there, we felt that there is a need for accountability. How many numbers, how many patients we are calling, what document is being recorded. So for document recording, I completely agree with Dr. Suresh. Until and unless you have a better way, go back to face-to-face or our base system where you do a hard copy. So essentially, the resident and the senior resident are writing in card as they would do if the patient was sitting in front of them. And all questions are answered in a blanket way when the guideline was also not there, as what you would answer if the person was sitting in front of you. You feel suicidal, you need admission, okay, you have to go to the emergency. You don't want to give consent, you don't want to talk about it, yes, you can end the interview. You don't want to take the medication, it's of course your autonomy. You don't want it to be recorded, of course it's your autonomy. So it's kind of our fail-safe is to transpose the situation to a non-telemedicine platform and see what our answers would be. The next thing is that AIMS also started doing this feedback loop so that we are aware about how we are performing for quality assurance. So in the morning, the Excel sheet will come to the head of the department. Then it will come to the nodal person, which I was for this period of time. From the nodal person, it will go to the team who is there on that OPD. By evening, the SR will fill all the forms and send us. By evening 10 o'clock, I will have to fill it in the AIMS website portal, which is a simple Google form created in, created in 15 minutes. And then there would be, by that same night, it will be displayed by the central person at AIMS responsible department wise how many teleconsultation has happened, and every day's problem would be discussed in a WhatsApp group. So no fancy technology, just a WhatsApp group between all service providers. And if there are problems, it's a quick solution of what problems are there, because problems often happen, as I think both of my previous speakers were saying. Problems would happen when new services are starting, and it's very difficult to have a service that will be flawless in India, at least at this time point. So very quickly, before moving on, a few process issues that I think one should be aware of is what do we consider as a telemedicine? There is often a dichotomy between video and audio call, but what we have realized that that dichotomy doesn't exist in the real life. So some people might only have an audio call, and for them we have to write the prescription in a SMS. Because we know them, they have been our patient, but they don't have a smartphone. In the next session, they are back with another family member and gives us another number. Look, he is with me and he has got a smartphone, and now I can do a video call. So people also get accustomed to and smarter. Then ensuring identity is of course a problem. So in many patients, we would at least, those who do not have a video facility will at least do a WhatsApp, kind of a chat in which he sends a picture of the previous prescription. So anything written by hand will not do. It has to be a previous prescription of AIMS which shows the barcode and the patient's name. So these are all I'm talking about, only about follow-up patient, because we understood initially and very quickly that tackling new patient would be fraught with many ethical and technical and legal problems. And therefore we decided, look, with the limited resources, everything should start with a focus. Then we have to understand that the patient, ensure that the patient understands what we are saying, and we have to have a continuity of care. So for example, if I tell the patient to do a lithium level, I should be available on a particular day so that the patient can come back to me through the telemedicine number and can show me the lithium level. Then ensuring proper documentation. Like I said, it is exactly how you write in the ward notes. We started writing that, and we have kept those files for letter reference. And finally, ensuring medicine availability. Simple things like writing at the end of the prescription that this is an e-prescription and as per government advisory often helps the patient to get the medications. And finally, I cannot stress it enough, the guidelines are there to help. So both international and national guidelines has to be done. Now, the issue is, once we started becoming comfortable about doing this telemedicine stuff in a very focused way. So that's how we started or set up the center. So we were doing telemedicine only for people or patients who were registered at AIMS, who had already booked their appointment. And because they have booked their appointment, they have given us an implicit consent. To them, we are calling and we are doing a follow-up of that. Subsequently, we started sending bulk messages. So that's the expansion plan. So what we started doing in phase 2 of telemedicine is that we, with the help of the computer facility, we started sending bulk messages to all patients of psychiatry department who have registered over the past 1 year. And we were requesting them to take appointment, because by that time, AIMS has come out with an online portal for taking either taking a telemedicine appointment. So that is our beginning of starting off new patient. And then we are planning something like, so we wrote up a whole proposal, we forwarded to the computer department in a sense that we have to start at some point. But what we have to understand is that when you are expanding, expansion should also be for the purpose of benefiting other groups. So like my next speakers in the next session will continue this and say how we have expanded to various areas. And what we did was, for people who do not have access to telemedicine, we have created OPD rooms, which have 2 rooms are in parallel, and the patient comes and sits in one room and the doctor comes and sits in one room, and there is a whole telemedicine facility. So there are sets of 2 computers like that, and a detailed workup or a talk can be done even if the patient does not have anything and the patient has not understood that there is a lockdown going on and the patient has come for services. So those kind of innovative things came. Nevertheless, for brevity, I will end here. And I would request everybody who is setting up the services, I think Dr. Grover spoke very well about the technology part. So it's expansion of the services so that the technologically limited ones or the economically disadvantaged one can be brought in telemedicine is now our focus. Thank you. I think I will stop my share.
Thanks, Dr. Sinha. It was a very informative talk. And from what you have said, it seems that the future of clinical care in psychiatry belongs to telepsychiatry only. Because in times to come, when the social distancing has become an accepted norm for the society, very few people can afford in-person examination by psychiatrists. So telepsychiatry becomes a very relevant subject in times to come. So with this, we invite any questions if there are any, or Dr. Shekhawat will take up the questions if there are any. Hello.
Shekhawat, you can open it through the link.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, there are questions, but it is addressed to Dr. Sandeep Grover, the previous speaker.
If you want, I can answer that.
One question is cost effectiveness at present, limited data, some data to suggest that it is equal. I don't know. Yes, sir.
Okay, you can, it is a request that you refresh the question link. It would show the latest questions also.
Okay, I'm trying, but not.
No issue.
Sir, I'm not able to read these questions because the last question was these messages can be posted in the other group as the message from the other group are posted here. This is to direct Dr. Sandeep Grover. After that, I'm not able to see any question.
Okay. There is a question which is visible on my screen. I can go through that.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, it is from Dr. Priya Arora regarding how to manage the language barrier in telepsychiatry regarding establishing the telepsychiatry unit from SGT college.
The default answer always goes back to how would you manage a language barrier if it was a face-to-face consultation. So by and large, most of the teleconsultations which come, they generally come from an area where, so 80-90% of the teleconsultation would come from a language which is the vernacular of that area. Often, as happens in tertiary care center, people would come from other areas for which the primary language is not Hindi. But then a tertiary care center or a center where patients are coming from far and flung, they should have resources like we have junior resident or senior resident or some faculty who knows that language. So it's always about communicating to the patient that, okay, if you want to speak in a specific vernacular language and you are comfortable with that, by the next session, we'll give you a specific time and we'll arrange for a person who is comfortable in speaking in that. That's how we manage here, at least on a day-to-day basis. Because often the patients can speak in Hindi or English maybe, but their parents often speak in a native language and we have to call a JR or a SR who is from those areas. So that's how we manage.
Fine. Should we move to the next question? Another is visible on my screen is from Dr. Tushar Panda from AIMS Jodhpur. It is regarding the regarding this topic only. Can a private psychiatrist start telepsychiatry services without OPD services? And if yes, do they have to register for the Clinical Establishment Act as well?
Oh, that is a very nice and a dicey question. Good question, Tushar, in a sense. The whole Mental Health Care Act, there is confusion about only OPD and what is a psychiatric establishment. Now, and there are proponents to both and for and against. And the best person would have been Dr. Suresh in the first session to ask that, because is a OPD service, is it considered as a psychiatric premise or not? When you add a telemedicine service without the OPD, whether it becomes a psychiatric premise or not, there would be, I'm not sure. So it is still one of the gray areas. I would request Dr. Suresh, if he's around, to answer actually that.
Dr. Suresh को unmute करें. Dr. Suresh, are you around?
I think he's out of connect. Connecting to is what is coming on the screen.
He is. No, he is not visible. He may be giving lecture at some other place. He's very busy speaker.
Okay, so the general answer is that
he's visible.
It should.
And he is visible, but he is not responding at present.
Yeah. So let us move on, but it's a nice question.
Right. And one more question which is visible here in my screen is the cost effectiveness in telepsychiatry. If compare the cost effectiveness of telepsychiatry, whether it is better than the visit in person.
A lot of external data, yes. The short answer is yes. The negative opposite of that is it does not reach the population. So it is how it is devised. Like telepsychiatry is highly cost effective when you are reaching in far-flung places. For our country, it will be like Ladakh, Andaman Nicobar, the northeast states. It's highly effective, cost effective in those cases. It is not cost effective when a major population does not have access to telepsychiatry. If a major population does not have access to internet and basic phone connection, then you are not reaching those population. So, but by and large, for Western data, it's effective.
One more question is visible. That is just last question we would take. That is from Dr. Niyati Shokan. It is third year. She's third year resident, and she says that if psychiatry call and if a patient calls and tells that she or he is suicidal but doesn't want to get admitted, then how to assure the quality of treatment or how to help such patient on telepsychiatry regarding if somebody has established a new telepsychiatry unit?
Any emergency cannot, by guidelines, both national and international, be handled on a telepsychiatry platform. So if it is a new patient who is thinking of suicidality, then for the purpose of telepsychiatry, it does not fall under the purview, and it is primarily the it is the choice of the doctor to at all do the consultation or not. But from a suicide perspective, there is something called psychological first aid and psychological handover. So suicide is something, if I come to know, talk to the patient to have a basic understanding who it is, while the patient on phone get other phone numbers of patient's family member, informing them, or to get another friend. So often patients respond to that. There you are not taking responsibility as a clinician, you are telling the patient to go to emergency. But if you can ensure that there is company with the patient and you have handed over the responsibility of the suicidal person to one of his friends or any other legally responsible adult, then you are completely safe. So what we generally do is if we get somebody, we would keep on talking and say, do you have any friend or a family member, anybody who you can come to, and we'll wait. So that's how we do it. But it is not under the purview of telemedicine to handle emergencies.
So these are the questions. Over to the chairperson. I was just supporting them by reading it. Over to Dr. Shekhawat and Jiloa, sir.
Dr. Suresh has typed that he is unable to unmute.
Okay, but I think Jiloa sir is here. I think Jiloa sir can answer whether telepsychiatry without OPD, his opinion, because he's one of the most learned and in the legal part. What can a person have a telepsychiatry service without OPD? And if a person has that, does it come under the purview of the Mental Health Care Act as an establishment?
Yes, it is, because if a person is registered with Medical Council of India, he is a practicing doctor. So irrespective of the fact whether he is running OPD services or not, he can have telepsychiatry unit. So I don't think there should be any doubt about it.
So does he need to register that premise as a psychiatric?
Of course, yes. Of course, yes. So far, we don't have any clear guidelines on this very particular issue. But yes, registration is required. Without that, you cannot practice. according to the Nursing Home Registration Act, you have to be registered with the concerned authorities. Only then you can practice. But if you are registered with the Medical Council of India, it means you can practice either in the form of telepsychiatry or in-person OPDs. You are free to do that.
Can I bump in? I got the audio now. Is it fine with the chairperson if they give permission? I can respond.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Go
so the
ahead.
question was whether the OPD services, that is basically telepsychiatry, should be registered under Mental Health Care Act. It will depend upon the state rules, because the Mental Health Care Act is very clear, OPD is not required for registration. But at the same time, now the question comes as clinical practice guidelines. Again, Clinical Establishment Act. Only few states have come up with the clinical establishment acts, like Karnataka is Karnataka Private Establishment Act. There, any services has to be registered. So in Karnataka, it is there. West Bengal, they have to register. But the issue here is, I'm sitting in Karnataka, but I'm providing services to a state which does not require any registration. Then it becomes a problem. Or else a Delhi doctor is providing services to a patient who is in Karnataka, where Karnataka mandates for registration. And also Kerala Clinical Establishment Act wants. This is a very, very dicey situation. So, but however, all states now, there is a discussion going under NMC to waiver of this telemedicine for registration purposes, because otherwise Clinical Establishment Act comes in the way along with the Mental Health Care Act, it will be a problem. So that's the answer. I hope I made my point clear.
See, the rules vary from state to state, but as far as Mental Health Care Act is concerned, it talks of the medical psychiatric establishments. It doesn't talk about the OPD.
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. OPD doesn't require registration. But again, still some states are now coming up with, need not send the money, but I want the list of doctors working under you, the list of psychologists under you, that names registration they are requesting. But it's not a registration, basically. It is enumeration, actually. That's what they are asking, actually, sir. Otherwise, OPD doesn't require, sir.
Coming to the end of the session, Dr. Shekhawat, any other comment?
Thank you very much, Dr. Dev. You have given us a very useful information about setting up a telepsychiatry unit. And in the future, we all need your valuable guidance and information you have given today. Thank you very much. If Dr. Jilova want to say anything, or otherwise we have to conclude this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
And sir, thank you, sir. Thanks a lot to the chairperson and to the energetic speaker. And we're thankful to you, and clapping from all of us. So we are running almost 1 hour behind the schedule, and we would move to the next session, giving compliment to the previous speaker. And he was from AIMS, and the next session is again from the faculty of AIMS only. I would introduce the chairperson. The chairperson is none other than Dr. Rajesh Rastogi, who is our immediate past. He is our past president of Indian Psychiatric Society-North Zone, and he had been a graduate from Udaipur and postgraduate from CIP Ranchi. He had been HOD at Safdarjung Medical College, and he had worked for NMHP, National Mental Health Program. He is at present the chairperson of the CME committee, and in his guidance only the program has been designed. I welcome you here, sir. He had been the past president of DPS as well. I welcome you, sir. Other chairperson is our treasurer, Dr. Satish Verma. He is a senior psychiatrist from Punjab, from Bhatinda, and a good friend of mine. Privileged to introduce him here. He has got area of interest being bipolar affective disorder and de-addiction, and he had been previously organizing CMEs. Welcome. He's a graduate and postgraduate both from DMC Ludhiana. I welcome you, Dr. Satish Verma. Over to the chairpersons for the next session. And I would request that the next session is having 40 minutes. So out of that, we can divide it into 30 minutes being for the presentation being 3 speakers and 10 minutes for the discussion part. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Brahmdeep. Good evening. The next session is telepsychiatry experience sharing. In fact, if we look into the background, the psychiatry was the first specialty to adopt the telemedicine as a viable alternative. And this comes as a blessing in disguise because we were shortage of manpower. So psychiatry has an important aspect of infrastructure and the knowledge to contribute during this pandemic. Because this is an experience sharing. A month ago, a patient from MP, whose brother is a close friend of mine, the patient lives in a village near Satna. And after 20 years, he has gone into a manic attack. How to manage? Telemedicine was a boon there. We prescribe certain medication in consultation, of course. Patient shown improvement after 2 weeks. So the telepsychiatry is a boon, but there are many difficulties like paranoid patient, and we have discussed their emergency which needs to be in person. So for that experience sharing, we have 3 distinguished speakers today. One is Dr. R.K. Chadda, Dr. Rohit, and Dr. Ganesh. I'll introduce Dr. Chadda, and other 2 speakers, my co-chairperson, Dr. Satish, will introduce. So Dr. Chadda, we all know him. He is professor. He has done my job easy in the sense his biodata contain only 9 lines. So I need not to filter much, which I heard about other speakers. So he is professor and head at Department of Psychiatry, All India Institute, and of course the chief of the Drug Rehabilitation Center as well. He is a fellow of Royal College of Psychiatry, UK. He is an international distinguished fellow of American Psychiatric Association. He is honorary fellow of World Association of Social Psychiatry. And of course, he was Secretary General, World Association of Social Psychiatry, member editorial board of British Journal of Psychiatry, recipient of 15 national awards in psychiatry and more than 250 publications to his credit, including 6 books and monograph. So such a distinguished career, and he is a speaker. I'll request Dr. Satish to introduce other 2 speakers as well, and then we can proceed with the session.
Thank you, Dr. Sogdi. So I have the privilege to introduce Dr. Rohit Verma. Dr. Rohit Verma is currently working in the capacity of Associate Professor of Psychiatry, AIIMS, New Delhi. He is working in the field of brain mapping and stimulation with state-of-the-art setup at AIIMS, utilizing brain stimulation devices like RTMS, ED, CS, MECT, and brain mapping equipment like QEEG, FNIRS, and TMS. He also has been working for mental health mobile app development and VR applications for patient benefit. He received many national and international awards for his work on disability in severe mental illnesses. We welcome Dr. Rohit Verma. And next, our distinguished speaker is Dr. Ragul Ganesh. He is MD Psychiatry from AIIMS, Delhi. He has done research work in multiple non-funded projects in the areas of biological psychiatry, social psychiatry, and telepsychiatry. He is recipient of J.K. Trivedi Award for the best paper presented by Young Investigators at the conference of Indian Association of Social Psychiatry in 2018. He is a member of organizing subcommittees of international and national conferences, CMEs, including World Association of Social Psychiatry Conference held in New Delhi in 2016. He is an executive member of website subcommittee of Indian Psychiatric Society. You are welcome, Dr. Ragul Ganesh. Thank you.
Dr. Chadda, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I first of all would like to thank our chairpersons, Dr. Rastogi and Dr. Verma, and the IPS North Zone for organizing, taking a very relevant topic of telepsychiatry at this time for PG development program. I'll be very brief in my, basically I come only for introduction. The topic will be discussed in detail by my colleagues Rohit and Ragul. We have had telemedicine at AIMS going on for nearly 10 years. And here I would like to clarify that telemedicine or telepsychiatry does not mean offering consultations to the patients. It's also providing consultation to the physicians, practitioners, general practitioners, or anyone. But at the moment we are discussing mainly the telepsychiatry in the background of providing consultation to the patients. So we have had telemedicine for nearly 10 years at AIMS, which was established mainly for the low-income countries, especially of some of the countries of Africa, where it was in a lecture mode to the different countries, where lectures were delivered by different departments twice or thrice in a week, and these are also some of the institutions in India were also involved. But primary target was the countries in Africa, which has been going on for a number of years. And we had been thinking of starting telepsychiatry directed at the patients for last few years, and which we were not able to start because of the lack of resources, lack of infrastructure, and this pandemic offered us a opportunity to start this service, and that's the reason that we were the pandemic, the lockdown was declared on say 25th, and around the same day, next day, the telemedicine guidelines came, and 26th of March, AIMS started its telemedicine service, and 27th March, this telemedicine service which was started was directed at the doctors. With any doctor could call at this telemedicine service and take consultation about the COVID and opinions about the COVID about for their patients. And on 27th March itself, we started process of starting the telepsychiatric service, and on 30th of March, which Dr. Kaushik has given the details, how this service started. And here we'll be sharing now our experiences, how our services have gone over all this period. And we'll also be discussing the kinds of patients which we have been seeing, and the problems which we have faced, the kind of infrastructure we have developed in the OPD, and how the telepsychiatric services have continued after the OPD had started. Because the primary reason for starting the telepsychiatric service was the OPDs, regular OPD services had been closed on the 24th of March. Here I would also like to add that many of us, it's not at AIMS, many of us have been using indirectly telepsychiatric services for some years. Like it often happens in my OPD. The patient, sometimes the patient is in Bihar or very distant place, and his son or daughter comes with a phone. He or she gives the details about the patient, and then he requests me to talk to the patient who has not been able to come, definitely because of the distance. And I speak to the patient and take the details, and then I give the prescription to the family member who has come with this. So this, I think many of us must have been using this kind of service. So that's also that telepsychiatry which has been going on for number of years. As the phones have become more cheaper and available, affordable and accessible, so that has been going on. So with these short comments, I would like to end my discussion, my introduction actually. So I'll request Dr. Rohit to take over and detail about how we have proceeded with our telepsychiatry services at All India Institute of Medical Sciences.
Thank you, sir. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Yes, Rohit, your screen visible.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, chairpersons and Professor Chedda, sir. Kaushik has already made my job a little bit easy. He has talked about a little bit what we have been doing at AIMS. I'll just give a brief outline of, because there have been so many activities that I cannot compress all of them into a very single short amount of 10 minutes. So what we have decided is that I'll give you a brief outline of what we have been doing here, and then Dr. Ragul can take about some of the data that we have collected regarding the patients. So as Dr. Kaushik has mentioned, that national guidelines came by 25th, and AIIMS was one of the first departments of psychiatry, was the first among the AIIMS department, which initiated the telepsychiatric services. And we came up with the guidelines on the 31st of March itself. So as psychiatry has many facets to its services, so telepsychiatry in our approach in that sense had many dimensions of catering the patients in need. So for outpatients, we had a specific telepsychiatric unit. For patients who were in community, specifically going for substance use disorders, there was a telecommunity clinic. Then for patients in different departments seeking consultation to psychiatric services, there was a different tele-consultation liaison services. Then later on, as the COVID patients were increasing, these COVID patients also started exhibiting symptoms of psychiatric nature. And for them, we started tele-counseling as well as telepsychiatric services. And then along with all these individuals, there was a need felt for healthcare workers, students, as well as research scholars at AIIMS. And for them, we introduced the tele-mental health services too. So initially what happened was that the institute asked every department to give 30 to 50% of residents as well as faculties specifically dedicated only for COVID services. So that left only half of the department with us. From those half of the department, we formed teams, and those teams were divided into services. And those services initially catered for inpatient services for patients who were already admitted or were getting admitted through the emergency services. The emergency services themselves, as well as the telepsychiatry and teleconsultation services, along with the mental health helpline for the hospital staff and students. The service providers of this teleconsultation service of telepsychiatry and telecounseling were a dedicated team of senior and junior residents in psychiatry who were supervised by our faculty members and were provided with who provided the mental health services to these specific units. The target population initially was the patients who had already been following up with AIIMS and already had scheduled appointment at AIIMS. Later on, we started enrolling patients who can take appointments directly through the online services of AIIMS for telepsychiatric consultations. The tools were specifically we utilized dedicated mobiles, which were smartphones and had internet facilities, and dedicated mobile phones were given to the different kind of teams. They communicated via WhatsApp whenever it was the need felt for video counseling, mostly through audio, directly by audio, and then a prescription of patients were given mainly text-based and sometimes utilizing the WhatsApp or emails too. So the whole work was done in association with the AIIMS Computer Facility Department. Initially, what happened was the text messages were delivered. Initially, the computer facility delivers preliminary text messages to the registered mobile numbers of the patients one day prior to their scheduled appointment date, asking them about the availability of their time where they could be contacted enough. On the next day of their appointment, an evaluative audio call was given by the dedicated team members and through the dedicated mobile devices, and patients were inquired regarding their access to internet and smartphone devices. Those who were having no internet access were discussed along with through the audio calls as well as the text messages services, and they were interviewed through it, as well as the digital prescriptions were sent through text messages. Those who had internet access with them, they were interacted with utilizing simple technologies such as WhatsApp. A patient's current prescriptions were obtained through online messages like WhatsApp, and they were evaluated either through audio calling or video calling facilities, depending upon their accessibilities. Verification for all the patients were done utilizing their unique identification number before the consultation. And all emergency cases which were possibly thought of in line of emergency were called in for the psychiatric emergency services to be seen didactically. And those who could not come over to AIIMS, they were asked to visit the local psychiatrist there itself. Documentation in telepsychiatry included patient's identity of name, UHID number. UHID is a specific number given to all individuals who registered themselves at AIIMS. Then the time, date, and site location from where the session was conducted, the duration of session of the audio as well as the video call. Then the chief complaints of the reason to encounter by the patient was taken into consideration. The diagnosis was written, The current treatment, along with the medications and all the ongoing therapies were also mentioned, along with a short, brief mental state examination as well as the treatment plan was documented there. The prescription format consisted of the photo, scan, or digital copy of a single prescription or an e-prescription, which could be sent to the patient via email or any of the messaging platforms as mentioned above. This was what has been going around, and since the easing of lockdown and the opening of the outpatient clinics, telepsychiatry services can now also apart from what have we been doing in all these previous months, we have added and continued it along with the ongoing OPDs as a screening medium for patients with mental illnesses. And patients who require inpatient evaluation through telemedicine or teleconsultation, they are asked to visit the outpatient facilities too. We have set up a unique kind of a tele-interview room in our outpatient clinics to facilitate the physical distancing. The psychiatrist sits in one room along with the whole computer setup, which is connected by LAN for interviewing the patient informant who is sitting in another room there. And the whole format works without interacting physically with the patients. And in those scenarios where the physical interaction is required, one dedicated SR sits over in another room who sits in with the whole PP, and he interacts with the patient whenever physical interaction is deemed necessary. Community clinic, a lot of patients have been coming from over all these years on a day-to-day basis to take medications, particularly those on opioid agonistic therapies. So our community peripheral outreach centers at Sundarnagari, Tirulokpuri, or the mobile methadone dispensing units, they were all made into tele-community clinic facilities, and patients were interviewed utilizing the telemedicine services through a digital interface there. For providing consultation liaison to the various other departments of AIM, the protocol was modified, which was been running from so many years, and the contact number of the patients and the relatives along with the referring doctors was also merged as well as asked for before the consultation. So before the physical consultation, a video call or an audio call was made to the patient or relative and the referring doctor to understand the situation as well as to evaluate the condition. This was followed by the physical examination as well as face-to-face interview in a full PPE suit with the patient. Every day, on an average, we did around 10 to 15 video-assisted CL services to DD individuals. Tele-counseling facility was provided all over the main hospital as well as to the dedicated AIMS COVID centers. That is the Jai Prakash Narayan Apex Trauma Center as well as the National Cancer Institute in Jhajjar. All the consultation license services were provided to patients who were admitted for COVID reasons only. And these services considered of in form of audio calls, video calls, or sometimes even online sessions too. For the hospital staff, the healthcare workers and students and research scholars, there was a separate team which was involved 24/7 along in a mobile or email format, along with the physical meeting from the emergency departments too, to address their mental health issues during the pandemic. They interacted through the video audio calls and sometimes required physical meeting too, which happened usually in the emergencies. We usually had around 30 to 40 calls of videos per month and around 70 to 80 of audio calls per month. So this is what has been going around at our institute in a nutshell and a broader sense. Now over to Dr. Ragul to see some of the data that we have been analyzing over these short span of pandemic. Thank you.
I'm not able to share the screen. Hello?
Screen sharing नहीं हो पा रहा है।
Yeah, now I am able to.
Okay.
Yeah, my slides are visible now for you?
Yes. Yeah, visible.
Yeah, Thank you. Like I am able to share some of the experience that we have in telepsychiatry over a period of this last few months. Like initially, our OPD started in the month of August 2020. So before that, in a period of from March to July, we have provided around 2,401 teleconsultations, which is actually 64% of the actual appointments that they were for the physical appointment. Because initially we were providing services only to patients who had booked for physical appointments, and gradually we have extended to all follow-up patients who were registered with our department. This is the graph which shows the trend in the number of successful teleconsultations that have been provided by us. In the month of April 2020, which includes only the physical appointment, we were able to achieve a success of around 50%. But over a period of months, in May, June, July, the percentage of successful teleconsultation have increased from 50 to 60% in May, and to in June it was 80%, and we were able to sustain that. In July it was 80%. And this improving trend in telepsychiatry could be, and we observed various features which is responsible for this improving trend. That over a period of time, our patients got oriented towards the process of teleconsultation. When we are providing consultation, we observed that the patients were ready with the medical records and pictures of previous prescription at the time of consultation itself. And we also, initially we were calling patients for physical consultation and informed them that we were calling them for teleconsultation. Then over a period of time, those who are not having internet access or having not smartphone started using others' devices in the subsequent teleconsultations. These are the trends that we observed over a period of time. And when we started the profile of patients, we wanted to see the profile of patients who have obtained successful teleconsultation. So we did a study in which we recruited around 334 patients who have received successful teleconsultation. Though the mean age was around 31 years, we observed that the patients from even 8 years of age to around 65 years of age have obtained teleconsultation from the department. And there was one interesting finding was that only half of the contact numbers that were registered for teleconsultation actually belong to the patient, but the rest half actually belong to the caregivers, which were we have taken this into consideration while doing subsequent teleconsultations. And those who have obtained a successful telepsychiatric services, 96.5% had access to smartphone. Either they were having the phone or they are able to procure phone by the relatives or by the friends. And they were able to, 95.9% were able to have access to the internet, and 95.9% have able to access some either form of online messenger services like WhatsApp or Hike or other services. And when we look at the educational profile of the patients who have obtained teleconsultation services, it ranges varied from those who are not formally educated to those who are graduates and professional. But the major chunk of population actually have completed 12th standard or above. Like the 32% and 98% shows those who have completed either 10th, 12th or graduates. And the occupational profile of patients varies from students, housewife, to those who are not employed, to doing elementary occupation, to those who are doing skilled workers, clerical jobs, technical jobs, associate professionals, and professionals. And we were able to provide services to varied spectrum of illness. Patients with depressive anxiety disorder, obsessive compulsive disorder benefited are the most from telepsychiatric services. And we found that family members played a huge role. The caregivers were playing a major role in patients with bipolar disorder and psychotic disorders. And we have also observed that patients also showed interest for getting telepsychiatric consultation, even for ADHD, SLD, for taking some advice, migraine, seizure disorder, and personality disorder. when in the initial period, when we were not sure, because the guidelines were not allowing us to prescribe benzodiazepine, we did an audit of the medications that the patients were commonly on, and we found that predominant amount of, and these are the medications that the patients were on during the period, and most of the patients were on benzodiazepines, second generation antipsychotics, and SSRIs. And we have found that benzodiazepines are being taken by of patients with varied diagnoses. And we initially had issues in prescribing methylphenidate and benzodiazepines. Later, with the emergence of guidelines, we were able to do it better. Once we were able to establish the thing, and after a period of giving the medication, we were not sure whether our patients are getting the medications, or our patients are satisfied with the amount of service that we have provided, or whether they are willing to take a consultation again or not. Then we did an acceptability study in which we assessed the patients and found that this is the study which was conducted when the OPD was not running, and we found that almost all the patients, like 99% of patients, felt like telepsychiatric services have decreased their exposure to COVID-19 infection, and 98% felt that their mental health needs are satisfied through telepsychiatric services in spite of travel restrictions that is amended during the period. And around 95% where people were willing to use teleconsultation services during the period of COVID, and around 92% felt that it is an acceptable form of doing a psychiatric consultation. And we asked the patients whether they are able to procure medications that they have prescribed, and 90% have told that we were able to procure the medication that has been given through the digital prescription. And patients felt like only 70% patients felt like it is equivalent to in-person consultation, and only 60% of patients felt like they will be trying to use telepsychiatric services even after the COVID period. The challenges we faced are, though we offered a multitude of telepsychiatric services, including text messages, online messengers, email, audio calling, and video calling services, about 30% of patients, that is the 65% we were able to offer services, the 30% are not able to do it because of various technical issues, including not having access to smartphone at the time of service. They are not registered with registered with the wrong number or a non-functional number. And though we have able to provide a prescription to the patients through teleconsultation services, a patient felt like they will be visiting AIMS because of the medications availability in the AIMS, and also they have difficulty in procuring certain type of medication in their locality, which is because psychotropics are not available everywhere. And these are the reasons for the patients preferring inpatient visits rather than telepsychiatry. 60% of patients were even willing to use telepsychiatry even after the COVID issue is there. And these technical issues can be managed if we are establishing peripheral telepsychiatric units in different areas. Though various issues need to be addressed, like we haven't started telepsychiatric services for new patients during the time, procurement of medication, management of emergency, all these things we faced during this time. But it helped us to address the mental health needs of the patients during this period. Usually say necessity leads to innovation. COVID-19 has led us to innovation in the form of telepsychiatry. Hope we'll be utilizing it in a proper way for doing the services better. Thank you.
Thank you, Ganesh. I'm just looking at the questions. Brahmdeep, can you help me out? Here?
Sure, sir. Sure.
But before that questions, I'll just take a minute to summarize what two important things or three important things which has come out is that AIMS has played a pivotal role because telemedicine guidelines have been issued on 20th March and they have started these services on 28th of March. Very good. That is the first thing. Second thing is that acceptance of the telemedicine, it is improving. They said in April somewhere it was 50% and in July and towards that 90%. That's an again very encouraging thing to do that. And of course there are challenges, but acceptability also in the 99%. So that's some of the positive things. And I think many more centers will have it. Yes, Dr. Brahmdeep, can you help me out with the question, please?
Sure, sir. I would be happy to share that almost we have crossed 100 as a mark. So there is a century of questions. So the PGs, the PGs are really and actively participating. And we had 315 PGs who had registered, and at present also 220 are still registered. So and good attention span, I would say so. So the first question which is visible to me on screen is, I've sent you the link as well, sir, but I would read it for you.
You have sent me the link, but it is difficult to read on the mobile. You have sent me to the link. It's too small to read it out.
Okay, okay, sir. I would help you out, sir. Sure.
So you can take up 5 questions so far.
Right, sir. So the first question is from Chandigarh, from Dr. Ira Domun. It is regarding, please share any experience or anticipated risk regarding persecutory patient getting aggressive on seeing doctor in PPE or unpredictable aggression in patients attending the OPD in separate room with a computer setup.
Okay, they have addressed it to whom is going to answer. Dr. Chadda, you can unmute yourself, please, if you want to answer. Dr. Chadda.
My colleague, Dr. Rohit, will answer to.
Okay, please.
Dr. Rohit.
Yeah, am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
So can I just have the question again? I was able to half hear it.
Okay, yeah, I would repeat it. Should I repeat?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it is from Dr. Ira, and the questions is like this. Please share any experience or anticipated risk regarding a persecutory patient getting aggressive on seeing a doctor in PPE in patients attending the OPD in a separate room with a computer setup.
Right. So this was something new, unique setup that we started since the lockdown was started getting lifted up, and we had to resume our OPD services. So we have not yet encountered a patient which became violent or aggressive to see such a setup, because most of the time patients are screened in the outset itself for COVID screening. Once they reach the psychiatric services, there is a plethora of individuals available there to manage such individuals, and the patient is always accompanied by a caregiver. So even though there are violent or aggressive patients sometimes available in the psychiatric outpatient clinics, their interaction with a virtual doctor who is sitting in a different room and interacting with them through a face through a computer screen doesn't seem to be generating that much amount of animosity or persecution as one would have envisioned. So we have not yet faced such kind of a aggressive violence that someone has broken our computer screens.
I would like to clarify one more thing here. This system of having 2 rooms is for detailed workups, where the patient has to be seen for an hour or 2 hours. But on follow-up, we are not following this routine. On follow-up, it's a face-to-face interaction. So this interaction in which the patient and caregiver and the doctor are different rooms, this is only for detailed workup, because detailed workup is to continue for 60, 90 minutes, or sometimes 2 hours. And for 2 hours, both sitting face to face, there is a likelihood of exposure. So because of that, we have devised this method only for the junior resident when they are doing a detailed workup.
Okay, thank you. There is another question from Jagriti Yadav, and she has said, thank you for selecting the topic, which is the need of the hour. Considering the close interface of psychiatry and the law, are telepsychiatry guidelines, ethics, etiquettes able to lay down a safe practice of medicine from the clinical point of view? Number 1. Number 2, what are the possible covert loopholes which can land a clinician into the legal complexities? So she has a question which has 2 parts. Dr. Jagriti Yadav from Rohtak, Haryana.
If we are able to connect to Dr. Suresh, it would be great. Because this is a question directly involving legal issues.
Dr. Brahmdeep, can we able to collect Dr. Suresh?
Yeah. Please connect Dr. BMS Suresh. Dr. BMS, it is his online name.
Meanwhile, Meanwhile, Dr. Chadda, I am taking another question.
Yeah.
Till Dr. Suresh is connected. And this is also from Dr. Jagriti Yadav. Thank you for organizing this academic feast. Telepsychiatry is a paradigm shift, is the way we practice medicine, but is the service awareness enough to bridge the gap between mental health services and their need in the rural, remote, underprivileged communities. What can be the possible step in this direction? This is again from Jagriti Yadav, MD resident from Rohtak, Haryana. There are two beautiful questions. Yeah.
The step would be, creating awareness amongst the masses that this facility is available. The other thing is, as I was telling while introducing, telemedicine does not mean providing consultation only to the patients. If we have primary care doctors, basically who are trained in mental health, and a teleconsultation can be provided to the doctors for their if they are facing day-to-day issues, problems in managing their mental health problems in their patients. So there, because providing consultation to especially the new patients on teleconsultation is not an advisable method in psychiatry. For follow-up cases, it's okay. But for new patients, because new patients require more detailed assessment, and that has to be done, in my opinion, that has to be done in face-to-face.
Okay. There is another question from Dr. Panna Sharma from IBHAS. Along with telepsychiatry, is it possible to post the medicines also? Because nowadays it is an era of online delivery, and the patients coming to government hospitals are poor, and the issue for them is not consultation but mostly the free medications. Why don't we think in collaborating with the online delivery apps and take one step further?
Again, I would say there are ethical issues because the dispensing of medicine has to be done by a trained pharmacist. Though in our country, it's somehow this is a big farce, because most of the chemist shops are being run by people. They just borrow license of some pharmacist, but these are run by anyone. So ideally, the dispensing of medicine is to be done by a trained pharmacist. So this sending medications by post or by parcels, I don't think that would be an advisable step.
And at the moment, of course, we are not updated in that direction, and probably in future, some government policies may come up, like the government shops which have been open throughout Delhi, and in future they can deliver the online system through those shops, maybe in future, but not at the moment. They are not possible. Yeah. Dr. Brahmdeep, are we able to connect to Dr. Suresh for that question?
Dr. Suresh is there, sir, but he is not responding at present. So,
okay.
I can ask one more question. Is there from Dr. B.L. Goyal, sir, from Amritsar? He has sent it by WhatsApp to me. I can read that. Can a prescription sent via email or WhatsApp be filled at a medical store? If yes, what is the accountability of the prescriber?
Again, we have a limited number of medications which have been, the doctor has been authorized to prescribe. As per the Medical Council of India or the Board of Governors telepsychiatry guidelines, in which IPA, Indian Psychiatric Society, and NIMHANS were the partners in framing those guidelines. So because now this is within our country, definitely that if you're prescribing only those limited number of medications, so that is as per the law.
There is one more question. Can we take?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So the question by Dr. Ramandeep Kaur from Government Medical College and Hospital. Can we prescribe antipsychotics first time in telepsychiatry OPD?
Yeah, first time I don't think it would be advisable. It's for the follow-up cases that we can prescribe. The first assessment has to be done in face-to-face.
Right.
Dr. Chadda, Dr. B.L. Goyal wants to ask a question.
Yeah, welcome.
Sir, I asked the question that I think the question was not properly taken up. I
Yeah.
have asked the question, can a prescription sent by email or WhatsApp be filled up at multiple medical stores? It is a very dangerous situation. And what is our accountability if it is done? I have not asked on the store.
Yeah.
Can it be done at multiple, and it is being done at multiple medical stores?
Sir, but that would be for the other prescriptions also. Say any doctor who issues a prescription, it's basically the responsibility of the pharmacist. That does not happen. That like in the hospital setting, it happens when you go to the hospital pharmacy. The pharmacist, when he dispenses the medication, he just takes mark on the prescription that the medication has been issued. So same thing should follow at the pharmacy counters when the person goes to purchase the medicine. The chemist should be made aware that he or she has to put a mark. This prescription has been filled up, and medicine have been sold to the patient. So this is more required at the regulatory level, but if it's misused, that is not the fault of the doctor, it's the fault of the pharmacist who is giving duplicate or triplicate dispensing.
But the patient can have multiple
I think
prints
we
of.
can take opinion for Dr. Desai is here. Dr. Desai can opine.
Well, recently, okay, doctor, recently I have started seeing that many chemists have started putting their stamp that they have issued the medication. So that solves the problem. Number two, there will be few patients, if suppose we have written benzodiazepines or some medications which are dependence producing, then of course they will try to misutilize. But as how can we maximum minimize at the chemist level, and many times we are not able to do so. Even the chemist give these medications without the prescription. So the doctor is not responsible, and that can be done whether with telemedicine or without telemedicine also. You are giving a prescription in person also, that he can go to the 10 chemist and get it filled with it. Where is the issue of online or telemedication there? Dr. Prandav, we are running of time. We are running short of time.
Yeah, we are running short of time, and I'm really thankful. It was very interesting session and lot of questions. And
just a minute.
Yeah.
Let me thank the chair. Let me thank the speakers, Dr. Chadda, Dr. Rohit, and Dr. Ragul. They have spoke very well, and I also thank my co-chairperson, Dr. Satish, and I thank the organizers also in a way who has provided this opportunity. And you want questions? Which question we have selected in person, or shall I tell you right now?
If you have chosen, sir, it is fine. Otherwise, you can send it to the group. It would be a surprise kind of thing. We can announce it after the the panel discussion. That will keep everybody alive, involved.
I'll be sending you in the group. Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Right, sir. Thank you. I'm really thankful to the chairperson, to the AIMS team, to and speakers as well as chairperson. They were really active and able to manage the session very well. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chadda sir. Thank you, Dr. Ragul, Dr. Verma. Thank you, Rastogi sir. Thank you, Dr. Satish Verma. There are two Vermas here. So concluding with this session and coming to end of the lecture series and coming to the panel discussion. So before we shift to the next session, we would have a break of 30 seconds only. So all of you are sitting for almost 3 hours. You can stand up for a while and then again take your chairs.
You can clap also.
Yeah, you can clap. Yeah. Chalo.
Thanks, Dr. Sogi.
all my seniors, all my dear friends, and I would just introduce the chairperson for the session. In fact, for the next session, we do not have chairperson, they are moderators. And the first moderator being Dr. Dinesh Kataria, a close friend of mine, elder brother, and he's a director professor at present and HOD of the Drug De-Addiction Center as well as Lady Harding Medical College, New Delhi. He has got wide range of publications and he has got a special interest in the field of legal psychiatry and community psychiatry. Welcome, Dr. Dinesh Kataria. Yeah, another the next chairperson is Dr. Sandeep Goyal, close friend of mine again, and he is the ex-professor and head of CMC Ludhiana. He is at present president-elect of IPS North Zone. He had been general secretary of IPS North Zone as well as he has written a nice book recently with the name of Essential of Psychiatry. I welcome you, Dr. Sandeep Goyal. Welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep.
Yeah. So I would hand over the session to both the moderators for we've got very nicely chosen speakers in the panel discussion, and full 1 hour is there. And we have got, for the first panel discussion, we have got four panelists, and it is up to the moderators now. Hand it over to moderators. Thank you.
Good evening to all the dignitaries, panelists, and students. First of all, I am thankful to the organizers for giving us the responsibility to moderate the panel discussion. Today's topic of panel discussion is pandemic and psychiatrists. The COVID-19 pandemic posed a lot of challenges to the patients, doctors, and students. It is expected that COVID-19 pandemic will be followed by a pandemic of mental health problems. So I hope today's discussion will prove useful to all of us. Now I invite the panelists. First panelist is Professor Dr. Nimesh G. Desai. Welcome, sir. He is Director IBHAS from April 2010 to October 2015 and from May 2016 till now. He worked at various places, NIMHANS and AIMS before joining at IBHAS. In 2005, he was conferred with the degree of MRCP. He has 5 national level awards for original research and 1 oration award in his name. He has 70 research papers, 10 book chapters. He is a member of key working group of national organizations like National Knowledge Commission, National Disaster Management Authority, National Human Rights Commission, and Indian Council of Medical Research. I welcome Dr. Nimesh. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Sandeep. Thank you so much. Do you want me to start or do you want to introduce the other panelists?
Yeah, we want to introduce another panelist, Dr. Kataria.
Right, please.
Good evening, everybody. I am really thankful to the organizer. They have given us opportunity to sort of moderate this session. And I welcome all the learned speakers. And my job is to introduce, serially we will be introducing it, but I'm introducing Dr. R.K. Solanki. He is Senior Professor and Unit Head of Psychiatry at SMS Medical College, Jaipur. He received 24 medals, awards, national and journal for best original research papers, which he presented at various conferences, including the prestigious Marfati Award. The other award which he has got, it is Shanti Niketan Award, Sher-e Kashmir Sheikh Mohammad Abdullah Award, Dr. Bakshi Award, Dr. A.K. Kala Award, Professor Shiv Gautam Oration Award, and he was awarded the excellence in medical research and many more. More than 80 research publications are there in various national and international journals with more than 300 citations. And he has written 8 chapters in various textbooks. And he has started various clinics in the SMS Medical College in Psychiatry Department. Welcome, Dr. Solanki, sir. Now, again, I invite Dr. Sandeep to introduce another speaker.
Next panelist is Dr.
Thank you, Dinesh.
Next panelist is Dr. Naresh Nebhinani. He is working as additional professor at AIMS, Jodhpur. He is editor of the Journal of Indian Association of Child and Adolescent Mental Health. He is associate editor of Journal of Mental Health and Human Behavior, Frontiers in Psychiatry, and he is the convener of the publication subcommittee Indian Psychiatric Society. He is executive council member, IPS North Zone. He is sub-dean of student welfare at AIMS Jodhpur. He has 152 publications, has written 13 book chapters, 1 book and 50 projects. He has 17 awards, which include Dr. A.K. Kala, Dr. Bakshi Award, Dr. G. Kindly unmute, Dr. Naresh.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
Now I invite I introduce Dr. Manushri Gupta along with. Dr. Manushri Gupta is currently Associate Professor in Department of Psychiatry at Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital. He was former faculty at G.B. Pant Hospital, Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research at Maulana Azad Medical College. And he has got special research interest in addiction, psychiatry, depression, HIV and diabetes. Number of international and national publications in reputed and high impact journals. He is a member of National Committee for Guidelines on Substance Use Disorder. He is a member of editorial board of Elsevier Medical Specialist Journal, and he joint secretary of the Delhi Psychiatric Society. I welcome you all, and we have decided that there will be 2 sets of questions. First round of questions means that Dr. Sandeep will be asking, then to the speaker from Dr. Desai, then I will be asking from another speaker, Dr. Solanki, and then repeatedly we'll be asking. So first round of will be there, and I will expect that it should be, first round should be for 10 minutes each or 7 minutes each, something like that, so that we may go for second round of questions also. And in between, those who are attending postgraduate and another, they can ask questions in the question box, and we'll be taking a question answer session later on. Now over to Dr. Sandeep so that he may ask questions from the speaker.
Thank you, sir. My first question goes to Dr. Solanki. So what are the challenges faced by you as a clinician during this pandemic, and how did you tackle them?
Yeah, very important, Sandeep. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Audible, sir.
Yeah. You know, from last 3 hours, we all are discussing about telemedicine, okay, and teleconsultation and all these things. How many of our patients have this facility? That is very, very important question. All of a sudden, you know, this pandemic, which has occurred, none of us has seen this before in our lifetime. So this COVID-19 pandemic has led to a significant negative impact on the provision of mental health care services globally. And in the access of care, the quality of care, the modality of the delivery, all are being affected. In India, the lockdown was declared after 2 weeks of declaration of pandemic. That was 24th. And this led to the closure of the majority of the healthcare system because there was no connectivity. People are unable to come for the consultation. And some of them have closed by their own because they were having the fear of infection. So most of them were unable to seek consultation for their psychiatric element. And this pandemic also led to severe psychological distress because everybody of us was seeing WhatsApps which are going on from China, Wuhan, what happens, how I mean, no one was thinking about the course of this illness, no vaccine, no treatment. So everybody was so fearful. And in initial stage, everyone was so frightened because of this. And we have also received, say, instruction from a government, how to start our OPD services, how we'll go about the indoor patient, how we'll provide our service at the COVID then quarantine and isolation. So many things were happened at the same time. So the pandemic also brought forth many ethical challenges like personal protection, then personal treatment needs, what happens if anybody is infected, then impact on others and family members, and then economic crisis. I just want to refer one study by Sandeep Grover, which was multi-centric online survey. And they've seen in a private clinics or a private setup, almost every services was shattered, including ECT, then indoor services, then OPD services, the de-addiction, and everything was affected very badly. And because of this, some of them, they have closed their clinics or a hospital temporarily. So this was a very, important thing. Over here in Jaipur, since we are working in a tertiary care center, there was a huge responsibility. We were having more than 200 inmate patient, and more the OPD was around approximately 900 to 1,000. But just because of the lockdown, the number was reduced to 20 to 30%. But we were worried about our indoor patient, how to space them, because there is a common bathroom. There is a very, remote possibility how to explain them about the social distancing, then hand washing, and then mask and all these things. Another important issue is those who are working in a kitchen, those who are healthcare workers posted in different wards. Then they are coming from a society. They were also having fear what to do. And we have decided that we should limit our indoor patient. Some of them we have just shifted in another ward. Then we have removed some of the beds. And every time they were under a close vigil. So every time in the morning and evening, temperature recording, then their hand washing, beside all other things, and mask, all these things were provided by our nursing staff. So this was again very important. I just want to share one very important information. One of our staff was infected with this COVID and he was posted in a R1 ward. All of a sudden, when he was brought to our notice that he is a positive, all were examined for COVID and 5 patients were found positive. And all of them were shifted COVID with right bedded ward and were treated and brought back. So indoor patients, they were having a different issues. Then we have also limited visitors. Those who are coming, we thoroughly assess them, and usually we tell them you just talk to them on a telephone instead of waiting there. And again, admission. We have decided those who are coming for the admission, especially for the with the reception order, we house them in a cottage ward or we have one family ward for a 5 days under close supervision. If there is no symptom of COVID, no symptom of, let's say, not COVID fever or running nose or any distress in a respiratory distress, all these things, then they were shifted in my indoor ward. And beside this, again, there was a challenge of the OPD patient. Though the number was reduced drastically, but with the instruction of the government, we have to run our OPD, indoor, emergency, addiction, every services. So with the help of our guard and other health workers, we have decided to be in a 2 meters distance. So we made some circles over there and asked them to stay there. Everybody was given sanitizer. Then those who are not having mask, triple layer mask is provided. And all the SR and faculty, junior faculty members, those who are sitting in a OPD, were also instructed to see from a distance. So that way we are able to manage over there. And after that, these 2 incidents, one in and another in a 2-patient OPD, there were no other patient reported for the COVID project. Then Our administrator, they have also asked, because in RUHS 2 patient committed suicide. So after that, there were a lot of pressure. They said, you shift your 1 unit over there and give the counseling. All the psychiatrists, they should present round the clock and talk to them. And I just want to tell you the initial stage where everybody, treating physician, anesthetist, everybody was so afraid. And we are forced to go there and talk to them. So they were very managed medicine or telephonically on the WhatsApp, and sometimes we have instructed them to use the mask, triple mask, then N95, then face shield and screen, and then talk to them. And same thing we are following right now. But some of the services like psychotherapy, then psychological test, then de-addiction services, temporarily we have, stopped. Just to see this course, and as the lockdown most open, now are coming and we have resumed our services. Is it enough, Sandeep, or should we continue?
Thank you, sir. You say we are very thankful to you, and it was well within time. Now, my question to Dr. Naresh Nimnani. I hope I am audible, Dr. Nimnani.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Please.
Okay. Say we have arranged like that, clinically we have asked, then we are asking as an academician, and then maybe Dr. Desai is there, he is the administrator, so that will be a sort of for everything, so that everyone is benefited. So Dr. Nimnani, my question is that, as an academician, what are the challenges faced by you during this pandemic? So restrict yourself as an academician, because now that MSc, or you cannot devote that much of time, PG thesis, now you cannot expect how much time it will take to go, so we'll get rid of COVID and all that. So what are the challenges you faced as an academician in teaching and otherwise for PG related things, as an academician, as a teacher, even for MBBS, right? Please.
Thanks a lot, sir. And at the outset, special thanks to the organizers, esteemed chairpersons. And again, I'm a student of Solanki, sir. My MBBS is from Jaipur. I worked at Nivas, so I'm also a student of Desai, sir. And Manush is my friend, so I'm happy to answer. Sir, again, the challenge started for all of us, but again, I somewhere want to narrate the story in brief. On 20 and 21st March, we had the concerns about academic things discussed with the director and all the people working in the AIMS. On 22nd and 23rd, we worked on our plan. And by 24th of March, we were having our portal, web portal for our PG teaching as well as for our UG teaching. So I would first say the positive side, and then we'll talk about the drawbacks and the difficulties. So here from 24th of March, we started our PG teaching on the web portal. So we are using Google Classroom. And one, we haven't postponed any lecture. Two, what I found here, of late, we are more flexible. We are more competent with the technology as well as with other adversities and difficult scenarios. And again, we are more confident to deal with the teaching program as an academician. Two, again, there remained the good learning. We are now more tech savvy with the different options. Three, and very, very important, it was heartening to us. We discussed several times in the department, but we found the overall participation has improved. Though, just to narrate, we are 8-year-old baby since we started the institution and the department 2013. So it's our 8th running year. So right now we are 23 people in the department. And again, what we found pre-COVID, whenever any academic platform was there in the department, and the mean questions were up to 10, but now the mean questions are 20 to 25 questions are in each forum. And again, we started in this pandemic scenario, the pre-presentation, people share the key points as well as the presentation, and post-discussion also the key articles. So in a way, the learning continues before as well as after the presentation. And again, what we found that the different type of the options also are improved because the people are asking more questions. Maybe they were more comfortable and wherever they are sitting. Sometimes they are on the different location and most of the time they are in the vicinity of the institution. But as all of us found the different challenges, same us, one, the human context has definitely reduced because we were seeing each other in person. Now that is not possible for some reason, and especially the COVID duties and the COVID concerns. Two, again, we were having so many options to discuss about the difficult academic scenarios. Now we are just having web portal. Three, again, we are a lot dependent on the technology. Sometimes it fails. We are failed in terms of the execution. And sometime and the other, during the academics rounds only or academic decisions, some clinic it's difficult to explain on the web portal. Here we found this, but again, on the top, what we are finding ourselves as a teachers, we are more refined and we are having more chances to reflect upon ourselves, and we are working on that. So my role here, and again, in the UG part, we continued our lectures as well as the clinical discussions on the web portal. But again, the UG related journey, their participation definitely has increased in terms of the number of students are attending lecture. But definitely there are a couple of problems because their net connectivity in different location is difficult. But again, we have moved on that level, and gradually the students are coming to the institution. They are in their homes, rooms. So the connectivity is not much problem. And gradually we are connecting more with the UG, but yes, we are missing their clinical rounds, which is partly addressed by Solanki sir. So I will give a halt here, but again, the journey is with more positives and lesser negatives. So I'm happy with that, with the guidance of all the teachers and all the mentors. Thank you, sir. Hope it's done from my side. If you need more on this line, I'm available.
Thank you, Dr. Naresh, for elaborative answer. My next question is to Dr. Desai. Sir, apart from clinician and academician, you are an administrator and you have to look upon an institute. So what were the challenges faced by you as an administrator and how you addressed them?
Thanks, Sandeep. I'm going to try and summarize all of those.
Hello.
And what we have done in this period. This will, I think, carry on from what my friend Dr. Solanki said and what Naresh Devidani said. I have two major points. Is there a mental health epidemic, and what has happened to mental health services, and what do we need to do? What should psychiatrists be doing? I'll come straight to the point. I think mental health epidemic is a bit of a myth. What happens during these emergencies is the on treatment, on service cases get discontinuity in treatment, and because of stress, they recur and relapse. That is one myth that creates epidemic. Second, the 80% treatment gap, people who were in the community who were never reaching mental health services, possibly now get brought forth. And so that creates an impression of a huge epidemic. There isn't really an epidemic of the severe mental disorders at all. And there is not going to be theoretically. There's enough evidence for that. Common mental disorders, acute stress disorders, universalization of distress, psychological problems, yes. So even if we do want to believe that there is going to be a mental health epidemic, let's nuance the finer point. Psychological issues and the common mental disorders temporarily presenting as acute stress disorder. Two, mental health services. I don't know if our good friend, a very respected clinician, Dr. Sandeep Grover is here from PGI, but I must refer to him and his paper because some of you might remember IAP 2020 published a paper led by Sandeep Grover and many other people in the Indian psychiatry who reported on the online survey of 109 or 119 institutions. And the conclusion that our friends have only two sentences. During the epidemic, the mental health services have collapsed. By no means they have collapsed, as we heard from Solanki and Naresh and many of us know. So it's a mixed bag. There have been great efforts at continuity of mental health services, and that is what needs to be done. Of course, meeting the needs, including the telepsychiatry, that's been discussed well enough. The other conclusion that this paper drew was very interesting. and in line with what we have learned over disasters in the last 20 or 25 years. What Sandeep Provast's team drew is that while the mental health service, and this is really a matter of introspection, to whatever extent the findings are valid, partly. The paper concluded, second sentence of the conclusion, after having said that mental health services have collapsed, many psychiatrists and psychiatry teams have been involved in providing care for the healthcare providers and for outreach programs. Now, this is great. In humanitarian service, cannot be better. But my point, friends, is that there is enough evidence from our Gujarat and tsunami and Gujarat earthquake studies and NIMHANS and NDMA is what I call as reverse flow of expertise. Very briefly, let me describe. With all respect, the government of India, the state governments, and many policymakers and administrators immediately dispatched teams of expertise to the field. We have very well established, as we know by now in this epidemic, that people actually reach mental health services. So while people reach mental health services and while we need to continue to do what we should be doing, we dispatch teams to the so-called field areas. That's a terribly problematic issue of reverse flow of expertise. My major message, we just need to continue to do what we were doing it better, making ourselves as accessible and available as possible, including technology as you can. There isn't really going to be a major mental health epidemic. We just need to use this opportunity to see that we can strengthen the mental health services. And there's a lot of opportunity for that in a number of ways. EBAS, I will say briefly, we continued all services, emergency, OPD, and inpatient. I know a lot from the NDMA and Ministry of Health task forces that across the country, a lot of people actually continued mental health services. All that we need to do in future is to do it better, do it through technology, maybe do all the things that people have said in the earlier questions. Provide medication, provide reimbursement, provide more access. My favorite point, mobile mental health services for the homebound and the homeless mentally people who the families are not able to bring and the police does not cooperate in bringing. Like we have in Delhi, we perhaps need to have public funded mobile mental health services with collaboration between public and private sector. In Delhi, under the SMHA, we actually do a lot of PPP. And many other states, I think, need to do public-private partnership. We need to work together like we do in our societies. North Zone and PGDP, we are all coming together beautifully. We need to respect each other and work together. Thank you so much.
Question to Dr. Manushri Gupta. What is the Dr. Manushri? I am audible.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So my question is what is the role of a psychiatrist in admitted COVID-19 patients? So it is totally a clinical question for the inpatient role of psychiatrist.
Yes, sir.
I hope I am very clear.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the question. At the beginning, I'd like to thank the organizers for having me here. And apart from the PG development program, I also believe that this is a faculty development program. It's very rare that you get to hear all the stalwarts of psychiatry on a single platform. So coming to your question, sir, the changes that we faced or our experience with regard to the psychiatry admission. As I think the common experience of all of us has been that when this pandemic started in the month of March, although it started earlier elsewhere, but it took a serious shape in March in our country. The knowledge regarding this pandemic and how this virus is going to behave was very limited. There was the panic, as you can all appreciate, is a little lesser now as compared to what we saw in March. So there was a complete disruption of services. We almost stopped inpatient admission to begin with. And the OPD, although it was running, we were not very good adopters of telepsychiatry on an institutional level, but we did adopt it on an individual level. But the psychiatric admissions, the knowledge that was coming through the internet was very limited because everybody was sharing their experiences. The longitudinal studies were going on. The initial studies were from China and Italy. And as with regard to all the other specialties, the inpatients admission in psychiatry also stopped because we did not have adequate knowledge regarding how this virus behaved and how this spread. Also, I would like to point out that the psychiatric patients, especially those who have severe mental illness, are at an increased risk of getting COVID-19 infection on the account of their behavior. They are not likely to follow the hygiene methods, the physical distancing and the hygiene methods to stop the spread of the virus. So that was the worry to begin with. But gradually, with the guidelines that were issued by the various bodies, including the Government of India, after a week or so, we started admissions, although the number of beds available for psychiatric admissions was kept to a minimum. There was a distancing rule applied in the psychiatry ward. The visitations were limited. There was only one attendant with each patient, and there was almost total stop to the number of visitors a patient can have. The group therapy sessions that we used to have earlier in our wards and the yoga exercises that we used to have in the ward also stopped. That was a big setback to most of our patients, especially those with substance use disorders. So yes, that was our experience. But gradually, after 2 or 3 months, as the lockdowns also eased and the number of patients to the OPD and the emergency services increased, we had to increase our capacity for admission. So currently, in our ward, there are 8 admissions out of the total capacity of 40. But we have kept the admissions to a bare minimum so that only those patients who require admission and who have reported under emergency care can be admitted. Also, there was a difficulty of keeping the patients free of COVID-19 infection. So we had to adopt various sanitation measures in the ward to begin with. As the knowledge grew about how this virus spread, we separated the wards through transparent sheets, so the beds through transparent sheets. So there was minimal contact between the patients. All patients and visitors attendants were advised to wear masks at all times. But it becomes difficult in a psychiatry ward because there are shared spaces, especially the bathroom areas. So although we did not have any case of COVID-19 infection in our ward till date, so I think we managed it pretty well. And initially we had stopped the air conditioning, but gradually through introducing new measures into the air conditioning unit, we have started the air conditioning also in the ward. So those were the experiences in our psychiatry unit at Safdarjung Hospital. I'm sure there were many varied experiences all around the country, and we would love to hear from everyone else. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Manushri. My next question is to Dr. Solanki sir again. How should psychiatrists take care of themselves during these difficult times?
Yeah, very important. As I told you earlier, I mean, this was a fear, not only in the psychiatrists, but all the healthcare workers. So, as we follow the guideline government, they should also, form these norms of social distancing, wearing masks and face shield and screen, all these things. And certainly, there's a very, in a few cases, you need to examine BP and physical examination. So at least you can talk to them with the distance. And another very important thing, since we know its virulence, we know the course. And as we know, the infection is by the only droplet. So the keeping this distance up to, yard is a very important. And another very important, beside, this infection, you should also keep your mental health, very important.
Yes,
so you just connect digitally with your friends, families, eat healthy food, avoid alcohol and smoking. Then also your routine, your daily routine is very important. You should just note it down, how the day will go. So right from a morning, you should start your, exercise, whatever you like. Then you should also identify which is de-stressor. Some people like music and that. So these things are very important just to keep your mental health well. And if you are happy and healthy, definitely you can provide better services to the patient.
Thank you, sir. My next question is to Dr. Desai, sir.
Sir.
Yes, sir. So what were the challenges?
Right. Our difficulties, Sandeep, but I must clarify quickly. It must be stopped being a long-term facility 3 or 5 years ago. For last 5 years, we have had 0 long-stay patients. So all our beds are like GHPU, rapid turnover. But Saksham, yes, we have 40. And yes, there are difficulties to share there. Some of you might remember, in the months of April and May, testing was difficult. Reports were available much later, especially for homeless mentally ill people without photo ID and phone number. And so on 2nd of May, we had our first homeless mentally ill person testing positive. Within that week, we had 3 homeless mentally ill persons testing positive, 7 other patients with families in the ward testing positive because of that. Over the next 4 weeks in May, 30 or 35 staff members testing positive. That time we were all doing quarantine. In 2 groups, 75 and 45 staff members needed to be quarantined. Fortunately, touch wood, and I hope all of us can pray, except for one patient who died of medical complications from neurology and psychiatry, in the patient group or in our staff, we have not had a mortality. That helped. There were issues of team morale. My MD exam-going students had difficulties. Our nurses and ward attendants had difficulties. Let me also quickly share. We recently did a review with the Ministry of Health with the states of North, and what I thought we were doing very innovative, I must admit, in the first week of June, we came up with what we call preventive isolation facility. 8-bed single rooms with attached washroom, like a classic COVID ward. We increased that to 16 beds, 2 floors, 8 beds each. Because of that, in June and July onwards, we have had very, very low rates, almost 0. But then I learned that even GHPUs and other mental health institutions actually formally or semi-formally have done isolation ward. And so one positive lesson I want to carry for next 6 months or 1 year for all of us is that GHPUs, mental health institutions, large private nursing homes, Sunil Mittal shared that with me. You see, till testing is done and report is available, if a person does require admission, if you can't avoid admission, isolate with all COVID precautions, including PPE. So that is one good lesson learned. I must also quickly clarify that our friend Sandeep Grover and we have been on WhatsApp in this last 5-7 minutes. What he tells me, I must bring to the notice of everybody in full honesty and fairness. He says that the paper that they wrote, the data was collected in May 2020. And so the first 1 month after the epidemic struck, where all of us were lost. But to recap, be careful about testing. By now, I must also say, Delhi High Court had a PIL and Delhi High Court now has an order that ICMR has accepted. Homeless persons or mentally ill persons without photo ID or phone number can be tested with your phone number or mine. So we don't need to delay the testing. Do the testing as soon as possible. Isolate, take all precautions, keep the staff morale. Most importantly, like Solanki said and you asked, try and keep the morale up. Let me also quickly add something we may not get a chance. We had a telecounseling service starting on 29th April because of the riots, and we continued with the COVID. We started with Delhi Psychiatric Society and Delhi Medical Association, something called Sabartha, telecounseling services for healthcare providers. Both the telecounseling services I must share, because you will have enough people from big institutions and ministry saying we got 4,000 calls, we got 80,000 calls. Friends, both our telecounseling services have had near 0 callers. The general population counseling services still have people trickling in. We put out the numbers in newspapers, we put it out on Delhi government website. There is something that needs to be examined and learned here. I was thinking this morning, is it that our healthcare providers, either they have denial, which we all understand and agree about their stress, or they seek help informally. Your friend Sandeep will come to you. Dr. Dinesh Kataria's friend will go to him totally off the record. He will not even use the semi-formal mechanism of what we call very nicely as samarthan. That telecounseling service with all confidentiality, be assured, did not have too many callers. Average 2 or 3 or 4 calls every week. We are still continuing. So there is something that we need to realize about this counseling services that we keep offering. I will not stress that too much, but some other day we must discuss. Everybody is doing counseling these days. I mean, forget the specialized for healthcare providers, which is a different ballgame. But every city, every state has tens and hundreds of counseling services. I'm going to try through HRC that there needs to be some regulation or at least registration of the counseling services. You know, I'll stop there.
Thank you, sir.
Sandeep, can I add something?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Dr. Sir. Yeah. Another important point which I just want to share, lot of phone calls, personal phone calls were coming from our old follow-up patient, which was very important. And their problem is they were not getting medicines. And some of them relapsed, their relatives were worried. So one very important decision taken by government of Rajasthan, those who are written in will be honored by chemist. Either is coming in a March, April or May. You go to the chemist, you will get the medicine. Another important decision by our Rajasthan Medical Council, all the healthcare workers, all psychiatrists, whosoever may be, they can provide consultation on a WhatsApp or a telephone or telemedicine, but they should skip PDF form. And soon after that, I think there was a order that clonazepam and other drugs were also can be written on the PDF. So these two things were very important, which have helped our old patients to coming to us and every day calling about their problems. Thank you.
Allow me to quickly say, I'm really sorry. All of us at every level, including our PGs and everyone, private sector, just needs to do one thing in next 6 months or 1 year. Ensure continuity and availability of services to our clients. If you can reach out, very good. If you can't reach out, no problem. Just be where you are, do your work well. People will reach you or systems will make sure. Going out to outreach, neglecting your own services is the terrible thing that has happened even in community psychiatry, sorry to say. In disaster and epidemic, we just need to be where we are, do what we are doing, do it well.
Can I add a brief comment here? Just very brief.
Yeah.
To support what Dr. Desai sir has just said, I came across this study in the aftermath of 9/11 attack that took place in the US. So they were offering all kind of specialized disaster psychiatry counseling services. And as you said, rightly said, sir, there was absolutely no use of those services. But the people who were affected by the trauma used communal dinners and various workshops and plays that were offered free of cost by the NGOs. So that is one paradox of disaster psychiatry that we see. Everybody offers counseling services, as you just said, sir. So I do not know the factors behind it.
Thank you, Dr. Manashiri. My next question is to you only. What are the possible roles that psychiatrists can play during a pandemic other than treating COVID-19 patients for psychiatric problems?
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep, sir, for your very valid question in these times. Now, during the initial time when this pandemic blew over the world and the world was at a loss how to handle it, we psychiatrists maybe felt at a loss and a sense of relief as well. Sense of loss in the sense that we were not actually frontline workers who were battling this pandemic, and we were in the background to begin with, and a sense of relief as well because we did not have to anticipate being infected, or although there was minor risk was there, but the risk was not as high as the other frontline clinicians like the respiratory physicians and the medicine people. So yes, my stress during this talk would be on being a social activist. As much as we do not like it or we do not accept it, our responsibility as a social activist also begins with psychiatry. So now this pandemic has thrown everybody with the precautions like social distancing. And social distancing, as I must add, is the antithesis of what mental health, good mental health care is. It is almost paradoxical when the key to good mental health care is close involvement with your client, and the social distancing measures do not allow you to do that. And of course, the screen is not a replacement for that. So as a social activist, we must also take care of the social factors that are currently in play during this pandemic, especially for the vulnerable population like the patients that we see. They are a especially vulnerable population and their rights have been trampled upon repeatedly. Now, psychological well-being of vulnerable groups is one responsibility of a psychiatrist during these times. Continued psychiatric follow-up services, as Dr. Desai also said, that please continue your services. Do not go too much into outreach programs or counseling, because if you are there and your availability is there, patient will come to you and you can provide services as well as before the pandemic. Also, we must avoid the stigma, this practice of posting posters outside people who were COVID positive. I was an initial very vocal opposition member of this practice, because it created stigma, and especially in Punjab, somebody has filed a PIL in Supreme Court, and now this practice has been abolished in Delhi at least. So to prevent stigma of those people who have been infected with COVID-19 pandemic. Also, as a psychiatrist, as an academician, the effect it has on psychiatry training is actually profound. Now, we must appreciate as academicians as well that this is a disruptive moment in our history, and psychiatry services, psychiatry as a clinical branch, and psychiatric place in the plethora of medical specialties is going to change forever. So, so the psychiatry training should also evolve along with it. We have seen that we have adopted the methods, digital methods to teach our students, and students have also taken very well to these methods. And there are several advantages to these methods. I think Dr. Nevinani has also recounted them in detail. So definitely my stress should be on as a social activist and a partner to your patients. Also, I have a question as well to the distinguished panel here. Can we go beyond telepsychiatry and teleconsultation to actually proactively provide consultation to patients who are especially vulnerable, or who have been they have a tendency to relapse during stressful times? So can we proactively do teleconsultation as well? So that was my ending question as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Manushari. The role of psychological first aid.
Thank you very much, sir. It's one of the area which I guess most of us are not doing, which we need to do. And I must accept most of us, including me. So for the larger world. So one very fancy name is called psychological immunity. More details are available in this current issue of Indian Journal of Psychiatry in line with the COVID. And I like this term and the concept here. It is basically, this is adaptive resources and positive personality characters, which can work as a psychological antibodies at the time of stress. And if I count the couple of variables which is counted here in this concept, one, people should learn, and we should teach them the better emotional regulation. Two, for goal orientation, what are they doing? Three, to have better self-efficacy in whatever they are doing. And four, they should have better coherence and competence, meaning by the meaningfulness in whatever is coming up right now, and whatever I can control, let me take up. Very importantly, to have positive thinking, because yes, negative is coming without our efforts. And the last component in this, it's definitely the problem solving approach, because what all we are discussing in the same line, how to approach. Because if we have better psychological immunity, which generally people are not talking, we should now sail this model more. Coming to the psychological first aid, because just general public know about the first aid, but they don't know about the psychological first aid. Partly we are not promoted. I have not promoted. This is basically a human supportive response to a fellow who is in distress and who need our help. And because yes, there's a gap, people don't know, people have stigma, people don't have much mental health awareness. We need to strengthen the entire population to serve the better, because generally person whosoever is in the distress, they connect with anyone. Anyone can be most of the time not a mental health professional. So let them deal it properly to come for the better approach. That's why we need to train them how to have better communication, how need to have better preparation in terms of whatever adversity is going on right now. And most important is the action plan, which talks about look, listen, and link. Very importantly, what to look, their safety, their needs, their distress, and very importantly, how to listen. Very general approach, how to listen properly and communicate well. And very important, how to link them with the appropriate resources for safety, for needs, be it physical, be it psychological. But unfortunately, whosoever is in the need, many of them are not reaching to the mental health professionals. If we train to the general population for better handling, then definitely it can take care of many things in terms of awareness, in terms of the stigma. Coming to the promotive mental health, many of the answers have been given by Solanki sir as well as Desai sir. So those are the general for all of us. And I'll end my answer here for the sake of time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Naresh. Dr. Brahmdeep, can we take 2-3 questions from the students?
I would request you to take three quick questions, because we are running short of time, and before closing the session, we would take 3 questions. As it is available, I've sent you the link. You can open it, please.
First question is from Sana Rose from AIMS Delhi. Sir, despite all the disadvantages faced, what were the good things that has happened or has brought good changes in the field of psychiatry during this pandemic time?
Plenty. The world and humanity is recognizing the value of mental health. Let us not lose that momentum. Our own self-esteem and sense of relevance is getting better. Number 3, we are finding new ways of doing our services. And number 4, in discussions like this, people like me feel reassured about the next 2 or 3 generations. What Manushri and Naresh and all of them are saying, and what questions students are asking is great. So 2020 will be a transformative year for mental health.
Yeah, Sandeep, I think this, just to add only one word, recognition of the psychiatric.
Yeah, absolutely, sir.
Next question is from Dr. Sahildeep Kaur from GMCH Chandigarh. Respected sir, can you please share the difficulties encountered while providing services like psychotherapies and performing detailed psychological tests during this pandemic, and how to go about them in an effective manner?
I'll take that on. Shorter, more pragmatic versions. Like detailed workup, we have been burdened with this long psychological testing. With all respect to our clinical psychology colleagues and the fraternity, like we discussed enough at IBAS, detailed workup is a past event. We have focused workup now. Similarly, the MMPI 550 items and ROSHA and TAT and everything is not required. More pragmatic, more practical, more doable, including psychotherapy.
The next 2 questions are related to telepsychiatry, which can be taken up in next session. Now I require Dr. Kataria to conclude the session.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep. I'm really thankful to all the four speakers, and this was a say area which was say kept by the organizers, which was otherwise difficult to answer. But most of the answers they were most satisfying, and the discussion was well concluded. The questions asked were of very great importance. They would help each other, not only to the student, to the faculty members also. And and we chose from all the say clinical administrators to ask questions from all the field. I'm really thankful to the organizers, and I'm thankful. Thank you very much. Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm really thankful to the moderators and to the energetic speakers. And
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Brahmdev, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir, thank you. You could maintain the attention span even after it is our fourth hour of here listening, and still you are able to maintain it, sir. So almost 3 cheers to you. Yeah. So
Sandeep, you are also
we have got offline
fresh.
students here. They are able to maintain their. I'm
Thank you,
taking
sir.
their consent as well. The students who are sitting off for offline session. So
Sandeep, same thing is for you. You are also fresh.
Yes,
After you-
sir, bhai.
Yeah.
दाढ़ी बढ़ा रहे हो?
एक्चुअली सर डॉक्टर तुषार जो है ना असली कवि रूप में आ चुके हैं अब.
It's positive part of pandemic.
Positive part of pandemic. Sir, before first of all, I would like to clap for we should all clap for all the moderators and all the speakers, all the panelists for maintaining the decorum and finishing within 60 minutes and keeping the attention span open. Lot of learning from this panel discussion. So after this, we would be moving to the last session of the PGDP, and that would be the last session for in the form of panel discussion 2 only. And before going to this, I would like to declare the session 1, as was told in the beginning, that the best question was from Dr. Angad Harshbir Singh. And next was section 2 question was on suicidality from IBHAS and Dr. Pradeep Rajput. Congratulations to both of the students. Third best question as declared by the chairpersons is about establishing the TP unit by Dr. Niyati from SGT. So congratulations to them. The fourth, in the last fourth session is from Dr. Jagrati Yadav as declared by Dr. Rastogi and Dr. Satish Verma. Congratulations to them. And that closes the sessions. And finally, the panel 1 and panel 2 discussion, the best question would be declared at the end of the both panel discussions. I've got results from the PG quiz also. So should I declare right now, or I would request Dr. Rastogi sir to declare it at the end of it, sir. So I would send you the names and you can declare it. Right. So again, sir, we would have a 30-second break and we would again come back. We have got very learned faculty coming up for the next session. So get ready for that. 1 30-second break, please. चलाओ अब नहीं चल रहा आपका. दो बार चला देना. Right, welcome back. दोबारा से मिलते हैं after this break, and now we are back with the last session of the PGDP CME, and that is with the panel discussion 2 with the title Telepsychiatry Experience Gained So Far and the Way Forward. And the moderator for the session is very senior faculty from PGI Chandigarh, and one of the senior psychiatrists with us sitting here, Dr. Ajit Awasthi. He needs no introduction, but I feel privileged introducing Awasthi sir. He had been the former HOD and professor from PGI Chandigarh. He had been past president of Indian Psychiatric Society in 2010. He had been past president of Indian Association of Geriatric Mental Health in 2017. He had been chairperson of Indian Psychiatric Society Research and Education Foundation. He had been convener, co-chair for Task Force on IPS Clinical Practice Guidelines. He has received 41 awards, including Mahathir Award, Punjab State Award, ICMR Award, Dr. Vidyasagar Award, DLN Murthy Rao Award, Vancouver Rao Oration. He has written edited 16 books and written more than 60 chapters and given numerous lectures and 450 scientific lectures. Publications, he are almost 4 centuries of publications. He had been involved in 40 funded research projects. I welcome you here, sir. Awasthi sir, please.
Am I audible, sir?
Sir.
Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
But you can't see me, I think. There is some glitch.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know what is the problem.
Sir, आप अभी अंतर ध्यान लग रहे हैं, sir.
नहीं, मैं अंतर ध्यान नहीं हूँ. It came and it went away. But am I audible? If I am audible, that's fine. I would not like to waste any time further and go ahead with the program so that we save on time.
Right, so we are trying our
yeah, we are already quite late.
Putting the video, sir. Your voice level is quite energetic, sir. I would introduce the next. Yeah, thank you, sir.
That's wonderful.
Sir, next moderator is Dr. A.B. Majid. He is our Honorary General Secretary, IPS North Zone, and at present he is General Secretary of IAGMH, Geriatric Mental Health as well. He is Direct Council Member of Indian Psychiatric Society. He has written national and international papers, presented research work in many national international forums, recipient of National Award of Excellence in Mental Health, Glory of India Award, Rashtriya Gaurav Award, Golden Aim Award. So welcome, Dr. Majid.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brahmdeep. I'd like to, good evening, Dr. Awasthi, sir. I'm back on time, I think.
Thank you. Thank you.
The program is running late, so it gave me opportunity to join you. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, friends, I am very delighted along with my very dear friend, Dr. Abdul Majid, to be there on this particular program. And I have been there on this, listening to the whole program for the last about 2.5 hours continuously and gained quite a lot. It's a wonderfully arranged program. I must compliment the organizers. Having said that, I would just say 2 words that the topic given to us is that what is the way forward as far as the telepsychiatry is concerned? What have we learned and how do we go forward and what we can make of this telepsychiatry opportunity that suddenly came at our doorstep and we really made some use of it. Most of us have made use of it. You know. I have the pleasure to welcome the co-chair of this particular session, who is the co-moderator, in fact, Dr. Majid. And Dr. Majid is with SKIMS Srinagar, as we all know. He is a very energetic fellow and one of the leading spirits behind this whole initiative. So welcome, Dr. Majid. We also have a very illustrious panel of the a very experienced psychiatrist, starting with Professor Mattu, whom I can see looking rather in a very contemplated mood earlier, now smiling. And Professor Mattu needs no introduction, yet it's my duty. He is the professor and head of psychiatry at Postgraduate Institute of Mental Education and Research, Chandigarh, and he specializes in addiction psychiatry. he has a particular forte in dealing with addiction psychiatry subjects. The other panelists with me are very experienced people. My very dear friend, Dr. Purushottam Das Garg. He is from the Government Medical College, Amritsar, one of the senior most psychiatrists among us, apart from Professor Brijlal Goyal. And he is also has a particular interest in addiction psychiatry, apart from general psychiatry as well. I also have my own very dear Dr. Pramod Kumar with us. Dr. Pramod is a leading private psychiatrist who also dabbles a great deal in various associations in the field of psychiatry in India, particularly the Indian Association of Private Psychiatry and Biological Psychiatry, and so on and so forth. He's a very rich man, I can assure you that. And if you have to learn the art of private practice, sit at his feet and make money, you know. That's all I can say about it. As far as my other two panelists are, my very dear, again, Dr. Manish Batla. He is the professor and head of psychiatry at the University, Maulana. And he is like a nephew to me. His senior Batla Saab, I don't know whether he has joined the program. He should have joined the program, among very senior psychiatrists among us. So present, and the last with us is Professor Arshad Hussain, my very dear friend. And Professor Arshad Hussain is a very intellectual being and who does a lot of work in the Government Medical College and affiliated hospitals in Srinagar, J&K. And he is the professor of psychiatry there and has tremendous ideas about telepsychiatry and has a lot of innovative capacities, you know. And I'm sure once you hear to him, you will see, despite all the constraints and restraints, they have managed to put forth telepsychiatry in a very meaningful way in the valley. Now, my friends, I will request each of the panelists, I have an open-ended question with the permission of Dr. Abdul Majid, that will give them about 8 minutes each to tell about their own experiences and the way they think the telepsychiatry can be carried forward. As you all know, all through the day, and I would just like to share with you, ophthalmology was the first specialty in medicine which came into a big way in telepsychiatry, in telemedicine. And then in psychiatry, if I'm not mistaken, it was the SCARF at Chennai under Dr. Tara, who initiated the telepsychiatry program. They used to have that big OB van and all that going to the various areas in the periphery and linking it to the main center in Chennai and providing consultations to not only patients, but also the professionals working in the periphery. This was what was called the distance service program, and a part of what we understand in a very euphemistic way as a community psychiatry, you know. The private psychiatrists had actually initiated telepsychiatry in their own way much before anybody had thought of it, because they had the compulsion to reach out to particularly from Punjab and Delhi, particularly in Punjab, their patients and their clients who were largely NRIs and sitting abroad, you know. So they had visited Punjab, they had consulted them, but they couldn't come to India time and again. So they were seeking consultations through Skype and other modes, you know, if I'm not bad. That has been going on for quite some time, although in a rather unregulated manner. The COVID-19 situation threw up a real challenge, but before that, the telepsychiatry movement had taken off. The NEMHANS had taken the initiative. Professor Savita Malhotra in PGI with Tata Consultancy did come up with a program in telepsychiatry, which linked various places, including the medical college in Srinagar. And they started one program, and then other people joined in some manner, including the PGI. And we had some program. I'm sure Professor Mattu will talk about it. Dr. Subho Chakravarti and Dr. Ruchita Shah had been leading that program from PGI. So with this particular, background, we got, the COVID-19, suddenly our services were disrupted. Patients could not access us. We had to think of some innovation. People started talking to them on phones, and then started the whole practice of video consultation through WhatsApp. The technology was already available with us. And thereafter, the government of India also woke up, and in association with NEMHANS and other places, they came up with certain guidelines which have been found to be rather very restrictive by the psychiatrists in general, particularly because the kind of medications that you could prescribe and the various constraints that you were put into, it made practically impossible to deliver any meaningful teleconsultations. Nevertheless, people have ventured out in their own ways. So there are many models in which they have gone about, which we need to know, and I'm sure the panelists will educate us a lot. And I request the organizers that at the end of the day, it will be nice to have a short publication or a special issue in the North Zone Journal regarding the proceedings of this particular program, PG Development Program. So with this, I won't take much time, and I intend to finish the program by 8 or maximum 5 minutes past 8. So we will not take 1 hour, 15 minutes or something like that. We'll try to finish off in about 45 minutes so that people who are there for the last so many hours, almost half a day, they are not put to any kind of torture in the hand of psychiatrists and their teachers, So I would like to now request Dr. Mattu, Professor Mattu, to please start with first and to share his experience and to talk about how can we carry it further even after the COVID-19 challenge is over. Professor Mattu, please.
So you need to unmute. Professor Mattu, sir, you need to unmute yourself. You are muted, sir.
Wait, yes. Am I audible now?
Sir, yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Dr. Awasthi. I place on record my appreciation for the organizers that they have brought together all the Northern India psychiatric centers to place their perspective in front of all of us. 1993, I got my first landline at home. And within a week or so, I was talking to a patient sitting in Kinnaur. That patient would have otherwise taken 2 days to travel to Chandigarh, 2 days back for 1 day of consultation or even 1 hour of consultation. We have come a long way since then. Dr. Awasthi spoke of Dr. Savita initiating the telepsychiatry program in our department. This was in 2016. And even before this pandemic came, we were providing some telepsychiatric services to some of our patients. However, that number was always limited. I think I must or I will blame our own community or fraternity for the inertia on that count. Pandemic has forced us to move forward. As of now, we are providing almost 100 consultations a day. This includes old patients and new patients, first-time patients and follow-up cases, detailed assessment cases. Per day, almost 100 cases. And most of the patients are following up on a regular basis after their first contact. This is detailed psychiatric service by our department. However, we are also catering to other services through telepsychiatric, and those are helplines established by our institute, where one of our residents caters to the queries from the public in general. Important to mention there that while in the beginning in March or April, there were about half a dozen to 1 dozen calls pertaining to psychiatry, now there are hardly 1 or 2 per day. More important, even in the initial phase when there were a dozen or so calls, they were almost all related to continuity of service for our old patients. We are providing all the services, and to the best of my knowledge and understanding, although we haven't published anything so far to the best of my knowledge, people are satisfied. There's no denying the fact that face-to-face contact probably provides the most satisfaction, but for a patient sitting at a distance, when there are clampdowns, travel restrictions, resource constraints of different types, as they say, anything is better. And under those circumstances, a face-to-face contact on a smartphone screen or a laptop screen or a television screen is quite gratifying for an average patient and average person. This pandemic will go away. Maybe a year, maybe two, this pandemic will go away. But I think by the end of this pandemic, people would have got used to these services, and on both sides, the service providers as well as the service seekers, this will gain its own inertia and momentum. And I don't think even if we want to, any of us want to, we would be able to wriggle out of this. Almost all of us will have to provide our services through tele-channel post-pandemic as well. I think I'll stop here. Dr. Awasthi has already put a time limit on us. Thank you.
May I request Dr. Garg to share his experience, and I'm particularly interested in how he looks forward to this mode of providing consultations or other services in future. And after that, Dr. Pramod can join in,
Namaste, Dr. Ajit Awasthi Sahab. In fact, I'm very delighted that I have been called to attend this webinar. And well, Professor Awasthi is the one person who calls me by my name, that is Purushottam Das Garg. So this has made me a bit happy at present also. Well, now coming to the question of experience. Well, I will just like to mention my professor, Dr. Paramjit Singh. He retired in 2010. And when he went back to America, he started this teleconsultation from there. So from that time onwards, I am aware that something of that type can also be done from America to look after your patients, because he was now in total private practice in a way. So it's a encouraging thing, something. Although we used to think in the initial phases that how is it possible to do all this or justice to the patient. But with the upcoming of this pandemic of, COVID-19, I find that the things have gravely changed, especially when I find that, when my principal, she asked me to do the, to go to the, pandemic ward and start the consultation, the counseling of the patients over there. But although I, offered myself, but she refused me that she said that you will be doing it on telephone only. So in the initial phases, I was a bit reluctant, but I ultimately agreed to her. And I realized the importance of just talking with the patient. A patient who is just alone in a ward, and he has been denied the, his certain medicines, and he is at the age of 80 years old, and being a doctor, and finding that he has difficulty even in getting his medicine for prostate and all that. So, but when I found that when I talked with that gentleman, I found that it is very useful. He was so much relieved when he asked me who you are, and I told him that I'm Dr. Garg talking with you, and I will help you by providing you the medicines you need. So, and he immediately told me that I need one Emzit and one Tamsulosin, which I, of course, provided by a special messenger. So what I need to say here that since the COVID-19 has come over definitely as a challenge, and with this challenge, the governments, they're also realizing the importance of the medical profession and the psychiatrists apart from that. The mental health, that is being affected with this COVID-19. people being alone in the ward, people being in the isolation centers alone, and people, separate from the family, especially when we have 1+1+1+1 family, when their children are just separated, how difficult it is for the people to experience and tolerate all this thing. And in such a challenging time, this telephone, well, I will just say that so that I may not forget that this telephone is a most rudimentary teleconsultation for us, rudimentary state of telepsychiatry, about which I think still many of us are still in this phase. And of course, although we have got so many, lectures, teachings from our, senior colleagues like Dr. Suresh Badamat, I listened to his lectures. I came to know about so many things about the actual practice of teleconsultation. So, but with the passage of time, we came to know about the shortcomings of these only telephone consultations also, that you are not taking the patient's consent, not, identifying the patient in a proper way. So these are all problems. So then, I would like to experience with you that, share with you that email and telephone, they will become the very important, sources for this telemedicine, telepsychiatry, telemental health. So as far as the otherwise the experience is concerned, I find that this, experience of teleconsultation is challenging for the elderly people like us, although I should not confess that I'm elderly. So, but I think, because the technology part is there, so that technology does not allow us to be that much of, familiar with all these things. We are very comfortable with just writing the notes and taking the history and taking the signature of the patient and all that. The old system of examining a psychiatric patient as in the psychiatry OPDs. But at the same time, it is giving us, a challenge and a motivation also, so that we, start practicing this telepsychiatry at this age, and it will be a sort of a learning experience for us. And it is a learning experience, at least for me. In fact, 2 days back, my postgraduate, she just presented a seminar on telepsychiatry, and I told her that you have educated very much. And I just took up the last slide of the presentation for coming to this session. So I just took up the last slide, was the advantages and the disadvantages. I like to read. The advantages are that it is a reaching to the unreached, reaching to the rural patients, and reducing travel, and reducing stigma, and improving the continuity of care. These 5 things, and it's being very cost effective. The disadvantage is being technical training is required. As I've just confessed that the elderly psychiatrists may not be able to, and fewer, we are strictly, we are concerned about the, thank you, sir. We are concerned about the things like, charging of the fees. And charging of the fees.
Can you please shorten your comments, Dr. Garg? I have a time limitation. And there are 3 more panelists there, sir.
I have only one sentence that is about future of psychiatry, that there is a vast future for teleconference. Thank you, Professor Vasti. Thank you very much. And I'm able to see you now.
Avasti sir, you are muted, sir. You are muted, sir. Can you unmute yourself?
Sir, Dr. Pramod, I had invited you before.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So go ahead. Please.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Dr. Pramod will be followed by Dr. Arshad Hussain. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. And my experience with telepsychiatry is almost 2 decades. I joined my private practice in 7th January 2000, and my first teleconsultation was on 8th January itself. And I am always passionate about these kind of people whom I have been delivering consultations and through whatever means. And my experience of 2 decades tells me very clearly, nothing has changed. It is only that technology has changed. I have always believed in following these standard protocols. Person sitting across, whether he's earlier people used to communicate through email, through landline, then comes the era of a mobile phone, now the smartphones. However, your practice of psychiatry, your assessment procedures, your documentation has not changed. I think, and I have maintained clear records of all my patients from the year 2000 till now, because I always believed that telepsychiatry is not a very casual business, which most of the people believe. It is much more a serious business. It has lot many responsibilities, and it has tremendous amount of liabilities as well. The first conference of Telemedicine Society of India happened in the same year 2000. And I was somewhere associated with that organization as well. And when the guidelines came, I was very happy. It was a blissful experience for me. Because till that time, whatever I was doing in a unstructured fashion. I was following the American Psychiatric Association guidelines. I was following American Psychological Association guidelines, which were most popular and which were followed all over the world. But when these guidelines came, that made me, now today I have a structure. This is the domain in which I have to work in. And the patients have never done telepsychiatry consultation to anybody whom I have not treated in my clinic before the pandemic. My services were only to those patients whom I have assessed in clinic, done the initial workup, done the initial part of the treatment. It is only the continuity of care which I have provided to patients. I've got thousands of patients under my care. And when this pandemic happens, so after that, from the very beginning, I used to follow that the first assessment has to be a video consultation. The kind of drug which we have to write, whether it's a category, B category, we have to, because today guidelines are not only a simple clinical guidelines. Telemedicine guideline, telepsychiatry, they are like statutes, they are like a law. And we must follow exact protocol which they have given us. Many a time I have seen patients, sir, we cannot come to the clinic. Sir, can you talk on phone? No, if the first consultation has to be there, it has to be video consultation. There is no shortcut. It is mandatory for me to see you on video. And I have learned many years back from one of my friends who's a physician, and he was treating somebody, an old man, and the person had died a year back. So he was writing prescription, family was taking prescription. Then this was a lot of a property dispute, will issue and other things. From that time, that was my learning almost a decade back. And even now, I do not do any consultation without actually seeing a person. I have to authenticate that the person is alive, and the person is talking to me from which place. I maintain a clear-cut record of every information which the patient delivered to me. I have seen people, if you know the limitations, if you know the boundaries, if you know, and you can convey that very much to your patients, I think patient follows that. It is our shortcomings, it is our shortcuts which we used to do. People say, this was a question which was asked some time back, can we dispense the medicine? Can we courier the medicine? These are the questions people ask you every day. They don't want to come, they want a prescription, they want you to courier the medicine. No, I'm a psychiatrist. My job is only to deliver clinical services, writing a prescription. What happens to that prescription, whether it goes to how many people, that's not my business. If I am able to deliver my services within my domain, I think that is the best. After the pandemic happened, I think my consultation fee before the pandemic was double than my physical consultation, all the teleconsultations, which was in contrast to the tele guidelines which are available all over the world. They say you reduce the cost. I intentionally kept my fees the double. The reason being because I never wanted this teleconsultation to be the preferential mode of treatment. so that the people do not find it is the most convenient, cheaper option, and they would stop coming to visiting your clinic. I would say I will deliver services, and that is the premium services, not for everybody. And that is how. But after the pandemic happened, because that was the only option which was left to us till beginning from the 22nd of March till 8th of May, when I opened my clinic. So I have seen this. This was a survey also done by from the Department of Psychiatry. My minimum consultation, I would say, the minimum number of patients never dropped down to 2/3. Even during the pandemic, even when the clinics were absolutely closed, because this option was always given to the patients when they visit in my clinic, the nature of treatment, the kind of services, what are the options they have with them. These were also always given to them. And as the clinics opened, again, the online consultations are coming back, which used to about 20 a day. Now it is coming up back to around 4 or 5. And we are encouraging people to come out with visiting the clinic in physical form. I think it's a very, very good service, and but we must follow the guidelines. This is my standard advice.
Your mic, sir.
Yeah. Dr. Arshad, please go ahead.
Please go ahead.
Dr. Arshad, please go ahead. Okay. It's an honor to be here among you all. We have been waiting from the morning. I know all of you will be tired now. We try to be as brief as possible. Postgraduate development program always gets a sense of nostalgia in me. We were the PGs from whom it actually took off. So this was Timber Trails, and PG had organized the PG development program. This was the first interface with psychiatrists and psychiatrists. And I my mentors, teacher, and a long-distance friend, Ravasti, in that meeting. I still remember from that meeting, it was evening like this, and Dr. Nimesh Desai had to talk on substance use. And he said that, I remember his dialogue saying that all of us should be actually using the substance. We are talking on the substance abuse. That is the kind of time we are in. Regarding telepsychiatry, I tell you that I have been a firm Homo sapien always. I believe in all conversations which are human and life. I would like to talk to people in front of me. I'll not entertain almost none patients on the phone. I might talk to patient on the phone, but I would like him to come to the clinic, or to my outpatient, or to my office to be seen. Somehow, I was not very okay with being a homogeneous never in my life.
May I request others to mute themselves so that Dr. Arshad's, we can hear him better. Please mute yourselves, those who are not speaking. Go ahead, Dr. Arshad.
That in spite of the fact that, I had my talents with the technology always, I was one of the first members who actually had Oracle Psychiatric Group. I had an N72 phone, which is with, I do my so the telephone is that only. But, I always like to have patients coming to the clinic, seeing them face with. I always thought the psychiatry is like that. You have not only to see patients, listen to them verbally, but the non-verbal cues actually tell you more than the verbal cues. But, as happened, the pandemic came in, the lockdown happened. We as people, we are not new to lockdowns. For us, this was yet another year of lockdowns, but it was very different. Different in the sense that in all of the lockdowns, we'll just get unconnected, disconnected with all patients. We never know what happened. And we'll see them after months coming as withdrawals, and that's the kind of thing we were accustomed to doing when we had lockdowns. But this lockdown was very different to us in the sense that we had communication. We could get in touch, and we realized it within the first 2-3 days when people started calling, your phone started ringing and buzzing. In the sense that, in the whole JNK, what happened that most of the mental health services were taken away by the COVID. The COVID services became so prevalent that mental health services became casualty of that. In fact, our Institute of Mental Health also was thought to be taken by COVID, but we resisted that and were able to reason with the government that this is the only facility remaining in the whole JK now. If you take this place as well, it can be devastation in the coming times. Somehow we were able to get this point across, and we were saved. The outpatients were overwhelmed in the sense that our outpatient never stopped, our inpatient never stopped, our electroconvulsive therapy never stopped. The services ran as they were. Our average patients used to be 150, 200, but that was not all, because all of the services had stopped. We, out of being afraid of the situation which was evolving, because when you will be in outpatient seeing 200 patients, 10 to 6 in an outpatient, it was very scary. People will tell you, what are you doing? Why are you going to hospital? Outpatients are actually banned. Only emergency services need to be done. So we started actually giving phone numbers to most of the people to follow them up. And that's how actually we started, sort of reaction telepsychiatry rather than it was not an action. It was a reaction to the whole situation which had actually evolved and happened. So people started, calling us, and we started actually helping our follow-up patients mostly through phone lines, advising them about medications, doses, tapering, recording their investigations of the patients. And the patients who actually couldn't, because the lockdown was very strict, the patients who could not come, they started calling us, and we started actually responding to that. Till actually, I and our department actually started looking to structure it in a way. So we formulated a roster wherein, which will be given to the tele person, and he will take the call and transfer it to a particular postgraduate or to a particular consultant. We formalized it a bit in time. Post that, I started thinking of actually using, lots of times what happened that you needed to see the patient, as Dr. Pramod rightly said, that many times, most of the times you will like to see the patient. So, we started using WhatsApp on 2G. You understand how good it could have been, but we started on 2G using WhatsApp to actually engage with our patients. And it was really a satisfying experience, more satisfying than how we will see patients in the current times in outpatients, where you will be with a mask and you will be, with a screen. The patient will have to maintain a distance. He has to wear a mask, and with that kind of rush, many a times was very difficult situation outpatients. Many times the patient actually wanted to meet me, but he will look at the postgraduate. He will seem to him a little bit happy. He will think that he is the professor, and I will be looking at him, and he'll be talking to him only. All kinds of things, because you couldn't see the face, and many times you couldn't even see eye to eye. The teleconsultations actually, I started actually realizing that we were missing something. The ease of administration of teleconsultations, the availability of teleconsultation, and most of all, the two things which I subjectively realized could be one of the advantages, will be the two of the advantages of the rapidity and the ease will be two of the advantages of the telepsychiatry. They're very subjective feelings. But one thing which I realize is very objective, on which we have actually written a research paper now, is the adherence. We found tremendous effects on adherence and compliance if we really follow the telepsychiatry guidelines properly, send messages to patients, and do all of the things which we usually do to make people adhere to the treatments.
Very pertinent observations and comments. If you can wind up in next 30 seconds. So I move to Dr. Butler.
The only impediments they found is probably how we have formulated the guidelines. I understand that these are the guidelines which were necessary, have to be, some guidelines have to be there. But, I have to think, if we have to make mental health available, accessible, and acceptable, the dream all of us have in a country like India with very few psychiatrists, then we do not have to look at the telepsychiatry always through the legal paradigms. Why do we look at our branch always through legal paradigms? We are a medical branch. for God's sake, start getting that into our minds first before we start looking at everything legally only.
Yeah.
I don't
We'll have to convince the administrators regarding that. So thank you very much, Dr. Arshad Hussain. I will now invite Dr. Manish Batla, please.
Sir, very good evening. And first of all, Avasti sir, thanks a lot for a warm, affectionate welcome. You have always been very affectionate to me. Talking about this telemedicine, what best way to learn telemedicine could be the way this CME, PGDP have been organized. Hats off to Dr. Brahmdeep, the way he has done it and made us to learn how psychiatry could reach to every home. Till now, this PGDP had clustered to few of the important speakers, but with this, it is accessible to all with so many speakers across India available in one single platform. I think this is the best way to learn telemedicine. Now, coming up to the experience that we have learned, learning was initially slow because it was something which was enforced all of a sudden because of the lockdown. Started with everyday phone calls and then suddenly the telemedicine guidelines comes into picture. It gives you a information and a boost that we can provide services now legally, which was not as legal in India because there was no guidelines enforced. With this, and we know the pandemic is still not over and it's going to stay in for how long we are not aware of. But we are here to provide services. For that, we need to publicize that we provide telemedicine consultation available now with certain guidelines. As Pramod sir said, it is an asset, but at the same time, it brings us liability on us to prove, to write certain points, and that is available afterwards, which we often are missing as of now. That is certain something which we are very quick and can be done over a simple WhatsApp call, but liability to have a teleconsultation is going to be difficult unless we make it as a routine habit. For that, we need to make certain fixed structure, something like display of the services that we do, and in situations that we do not provide teleconsultation, in which all conditions. Separate timings has to be assessed, fixed time frame, how long a teleconsultation should be done. All this should be made available to the patient on day one, and every patient that comes in for an in-person consultation should be offered and informed that we do provide in teleconsultation, so that if in case, that means if in case for next 6 months he has a provision, he has a slot wherein he can at least choose to have a teleconsultation if in case of emergency. So my take home point is that this pandemic has taught us something, that we should be physically be distanced. Social distancing should not be maintaining distance from your mental health provider. Mental health providers are available if we choose them for teleconsultation. With this, I would say this is a boon for this after this that is provided by the pandemic. I would end up with very short and crisp so that Avasti sir doesn't gives me you are running short of time.
Okay. Right. Now, may I request Dr. Majid to give his concluding remarks, as well as if he wishes to ask any of the panelists any question, or any of the panelists wants to add any last minute comment, most welcome. So in next 5 minutes, I request that the whole session be winded up,
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Dr. Avasti, sir. Chota muh badi baat. Aapne to, you handled it, and I was very late actually because of my personal engagement. And there is actually a question, a comment on Dr. Arshad, which he rightly said that since we are medics and we are professionals, And as you rightly responded, Sir Avasthi, sir, that we need to develop a consensus with the government regarding the law of the land about, and there is a question from Manushri Gupta, which is very relevant to what Dr. Arshad actually responded to. Can the proactive telepsychiatry be the next step where vulnerable patients at risk of relapse or non-adhering patients can be called by the clinician? As Dr. Arshad rightly said, that they would message them that whether they are taking medicines or they are receiving injectables. That is what I could understand for what Dr. Arshad was saying. What could be the legal and structural difficulties? Because that I understand that we are professionals, we are medics, but we are probably governed by the law of land as well. So in that context, how about the law is that we send a text message, we call the people from here only, that whether the patient is adherent or he's taking medicines or he is on OST or whatever. Anybody on the panel can. Dr.
Yeah,
Arshad, add to what
yeah,
was earlier.
No, what happens is that you're absolutely right, and the person who's asked the question, there are lots of things which we are not able to do. For example, one of the patients I saw in a consultation was a catatonia, which I could, recurrent catatonia, which has been actually hospitalized at least 2-3 times, and she was in catatonia. I think it's April the 6th or 7th regarding that. I had, till then I had started realizing that we can't write letters to her legally. So, I could do nothing. She reached the hospital, I think 2 days after that. And this time, she didn't respond to us, but we actually had to go for electroconvulsive therapy. I couldn't respond to her query. That's the legal bindings which happened. When I said that, we could actually send message, it's about, because, what the digital clinics are like that once you have an appointment, it can automatically actually update you, tell you that this patient actually needs to come today. And it sends him or her a message that day that, it's an appointment today. And you come to know about the adherence. You make people realize that this is your day of appointment. But yes, there seem to be one that, we have done most telepsychiatry still now with the patients who are our follow-ups. We already are seeing, and it's relatively easy. But regarding new patients, there seem to be lots of things which need to be updated, particularly in terms of how we have made the guidelines.
Thank you, Dr. Arshad. Dr. Mattu, please.
I have seen this follow-up work being practiced in both Singapore and Britain. This is done not by psychiatrists, but case managers who can be social workers, clinical psychologists. They do all this follow-up work, and it carries its own dangers, risks, and problems, which have already been partly referred to in terms of privacy, security, and safety of the data collected, the person being talked to, prescriptions being arranged, although in both the circumstances they were delivered personally by the case managers. But this is a routine being followed up abroad, and perhaps that can be integrated in Indian practice as well.
Thank you. Any other comment from anybody? I just want to say one thing. We are only centered on our patients. We are very conveniently forgetting the concerns that we need to address of the caregivers and their families, as well as the support that we can provide to the caregivers through this mode, and which goes a long way in the rehabilitation. Dr. Pramod, I think, comment to me. Unmute yourself, Dr.
Yes,
Pramod. Yeah.
Yes, sir. My comment is, telepsychiatry is not for every consultant. It is not for every patient, and it is not for every clinical condition. That is extremely important to understand, because we try to barge into everything, and that is bringing problem. And second is my anticipation. With telepsychiatry, the litigations on psychiatrists about etiquettes, behavior, and other things, clinical disciplines, are definitely going to high very soon. So we must be very cautious. We must work in a tight compartment, and you have to. People believe it is on the go. They can do anytime, anywhere, anytime. Absolutely not. Follow the strict OPD schedule. Follow all the principles. Only then you will be safe. That's it.
Good points. Good points. Any other comments from anybody? Then I request Dr. Abdul Majid to please conclude the session, please. I think Dr. Brahmdeep will be very happy that we are finishing the session ahead of time, actually.
Please, sir.
Thank you.
Definitely, sir. You managed the time very well, sir. Dr.
Thank
Majid.
you very much, sir. Professor Ajit Awasthi, once you are there, and we are sure that we take due note of the time, and your management skills are always, we learn from you. And thank you all the speakers, all the panelists, Professor Matu sir, Dr. Pramod Kumar, Dr. Arshad Hussain, Dr. Preeti Garg, and Dr. Manish Batla. Thank you very much for a very, very descriptive and very informative session. We would have wished to continue it, but since we are already into the fourth hour, or completing 4 hours of our PGDP, thank you very much, Ajit Awasthi sir, for moderating it as usual in your own typical style. Over to Dr.
We seem to have missed one thing, and that is the questions from PGs.
There is only one question actually, but that is from Dr. Manushri Gupta. I cannot see any other question. Otherwise, I would have asked it.
Okay, great. Then you can conclude, please.
The award will go to you and me, sir. We'll share the award for the best.
Excellent.
Dr. Brahmdeep, please take over from here.
Right. On karna.
So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And in fact, the last session was really energetic, and you could sustain the attention, sir. And deliberately, we have chosen those speakers, those who could maintain the attention span even in the last. Good speakers, good moderators, and thank you for the last session, sir. So finally, we are coming to the end of the PGDP, and moving ahead. I would like to declare the name of the best question, which was told to me by the last chairperson. It is Dr. Sharanjit. Let me check. It is Dr. Sahil Deep Kaur from GMC Sector 32, Chandigarh. And for this session, since there was no question, so let it be passed. So finally, we would come to the
panel.
Yeah. Finally, we would, yeah. It can be shared. It can be passed to the next PGDP. So really thankful to all the chairperson, all the moderators, and especially for this session. So finally, lot of clapping, sir. Thank you, Mattu sir. Thank you, Awasthi sir. Dr. Gatla, Dr. Pramod, Dr. Arshad, Dr. Majid, Dr. Naresh, all the faces which are visible to me, really thankful to you. And I'm really thankful to all the PGs who have who had been available throughout it. Very happy to share it that at no level went below 200. So we had 315 PG registered, and no point of time it went below 200. So it was really well attended. And I'm hopeful that a lot of learning must have gone to our brains, and that is going to stay. And if the theme of the conference is telepsychiatry, and if we are doing it through tele methods, so that make it synergistic, and that is how we learn how to organize more CMEs and more conferences online. Initially, when I was told to do it online, I was in doubt that whether it would be successful or not. And most of the EC members were in doubt. But I'm sure we could learn many things, and it had been a great feeling and learning throughout the event. Thank you, sir. And now I would pass it to Dr. Abdul Majid, Honorary General Secretary, IPS North Zone, for the valedictory event. Dr. Majid, please.
Dr. Brahmdeep, thank you very much. A wonderful event all the way since we started at 2:30, starting with the PG quiz. And I think that we need to announce Dr. Rajesh Rastogi would announce the winners of the PG quiz. So let us come to him later. And a wonderful program. I would say the scientific program was excellent. We had faculty from the reputed institutions and reputed places, and they are all speakers of national repute with a lot of experience behind them. And they shared really valuable, and initially I said earlier that it would be a treat for all PGs. I would say that it was a treat for me as well, because very less experience personally. I'm in telepsychiatry because I opened my private clinic 5 months back. So, but it was a learning experience for me as well about pros and cons of telepsychiatry. Once we are under the patronage and blessings of the very, very senior psychiatrists, teachers, and all our mentors over here. I would like to invite comments about this PGDP that has been held and exclusively by Dr. Brahmdeep with inputs from EC of IPS North Zone. May I start with Professor Dr. Tushar Jagawat, who is our President IPS North Zone, to say something about today's program.
Thank you, Dr. Majid, for inviting me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajesh Rastogi sir, Dr. Brahmdeep, for conducting an excellent PG development program. It was earlier in June, supposed to be, but because of this pandemic, it postponed. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. So I'm really thankful because of this excellent PG development program by the team, Chairperson Dr. Rastogi sir and Dr. Brahmdeep, and the whole my team, IPS North Zone. And I'm thankful to all speakers, Dr. Dalal sir, Dr. Suresh, and all senior speakers, eminent speakers from the North Zone and from all over the India, and all the panelists, moderators, chairpersons for excellent participations. All the students, dear students, for excellent around 300 plus participation, active participation from the PG students from all over the North India. So, in my opinion, it is one of the successful and very useful, very creative, and very fruitful academic programs. So, I'm really thankful and very happy to be have a very excellent this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Tushar sir. Dr. Sandeep Goyal, are you there? Comments from you, Dr. Sandeep Grover. If you are there, you can have comments about today's program.
I just want to say it was a wonderful event full of scientific activity, and it was well attended and well executed.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sandeep Grover. Not there. Anybody else from EC or from faculty who wants to have any last comment?
Majid.
Yeah, please go ahead, Dr. Sandeep, please.
No, I think it was a wonderful experience in that we were able to conduct this program online successfully. In fact, this lays down the foundation for further similar programs, because now it is a successful model which we can replicate in near future. So congratulations to the whole team for conducting the program successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Dr. Majid, can I talk?
Sure, sir. I think, sir, you are the last. I think you are the most important, the last one, because you have to declare awards. That's why I have kept you at the last.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
You want me to speak now?
Anybody else? Anybody else?
Yes, can I speak?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
I congratulate Dr. Brahmdeep for organizing such a wonderful PGDP program. It has been given him a short time. He has made all the arrangements. The program was well organized, well attended, and good speakers. I thank you him and congratulate him.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dr. Vora, I can see, who is all the way overseas joining us again.
Yeah. Well, I have been attending, the whole program since morning, and I was literally glued to the program, and not even stretched my legs, for 30 seconds, when Dr. Brahmdeep said, because it was so interesting and was so interactive. And I must congratulate you all, Dr. Brahmdeep and the team, for organizing such a wonderful and most important topics. And I'm sure the postgraduate must have been benefited a lot. I was just comparing, what we are doing here in the UK and what you are having. I'm not going to go into the detail because that means, spending a lot of time there. But I would share, that you are on the right track. You are doing a wonderful service to the patient and keeping your academic interest fairly high. And one of the important things is that with these online academic programs, I think the attendance has gone high. We noticed, that before we used to have the postgraduate teaching on every Wednesday afternoon, the attendance used to be not very encouraging because of several reasons. One of the reasons was, people had to travel from different parts. And now with all Microsoft Teams, the attendance has gone very high. And throughout, the academic sessions, there is a lot of interaction going on. There's a lot of chats, and people feel much more comfortable in asking questions rather than, when it was face to face, when the people would feel a bit embarrassed, am I asking a right question or things like that. So I think, this pandemic will go, but I'm sure, that the merits and the benefits, that we are driving out of these online telemedicine or telepsychiatry or whatever you call it, are going to stay. And there are a lot of benefits attached to that. So I just wanted to, again, congratulate you all for organizing such a wonderful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vora sir. Thank you for encouragement. And before I go to the man of the moment, who actually is the architect of the scientific program, our chairman CME, Dr. Rastogi, we have an offline guest over there who is a PG student who has been all the time there. Can you, Dr. Brahmdeep, get him and his inputs because they are the main party of this program, and we need to listen to him that what he or she has to say about it.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of every PG student, I would like to thank North Zone IPS and all the chairperson and speakers for such an informative and brainstorming session. And I would like to thank Dr. Brahmdeep Sindhu sir for organizing such a conference, which was very interactive and it was very helpful for us. Thank you so much, sir.
Can you identify yourself and from which
Yes.
institution you
I'm Dr. Priya Arora, second year resident from SGT Medical College, Gurugram.
Thank you very much. So the last but not the least, the man of the moment who has been the architect of the scientific program and the backbone behind all this, what has been happening for last more than 4 hours. Dr. Rajesh Rastogi, sir, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Majid. In fact, I'm really pleased that the efforts of the executive committee has come out fruitfully. I remember the meeting of the executive committee when we met somewhere in the March, May or June. We were very skeptical. Many of us, few of us suggested that it should be online, the CME, but it was postponed Now, when we came to the PG development program and finally it was held, the mere attendance, not only the mere attendance of 300 plus, in spite of having so many webinars daily, and today also we had number of webinars. In spite of that, if you have such an attendance, that speaks volume of the speakers, chairpersons, and the faculty which have come into this North Zone PG development program. In between also, when Dr. Brahmdeep have little postponed it, we were little worried what happened. But then he came out, Dr. Majid pursued it. He said, we are postponing it, sir, only for 2 weeks. And he rightly did so, because he is the one person who has really worked hard behind the scenes. We are all in front, but he is the one person, Dr. Brahmdeep, who has worked hard along with the EC and Dr. Majid. Yes, we should clap 3 cheers for Dr. Brahmdeep. Now, why we should limit ourselves to the use of positive telepsychiatry only? This is also the use of telemedicine. That we are able to conduct our webinars with great attendance, with great participation, because he said at one point of time, Dr. Brahmdeep, that there were 100 questions. So that itself speaks the involvement of the people. That itself speaks the involvement of the postgraduate development program. And that is what the purpose was. If we can have the maximum participation from the postgraduate students, our purpose of doing this postgraduate development program is served. I think the whole executive deserves appreciation for that. And I thank from the bottom of my heart to the President of the society, our North Zone, Secretary of the society, Dr. Majid, and the Pramdeep and rest of the executive in doing a wonderful job. Chairpersons, speakers, and the distinguished participants, I thank each and everyone. With this, I hand over the mic to Dr. Majid, please. Or I have to announce the quiz.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, just hold on. Yes, with great pleasure, I announce in the morning we had a quiz and Dr. Brahmdeep conducted it for the North Zone. It was for the students. And the first prize goes to Dr. Bandita Abhijita from AIMS, New Delhi. First prize. We must clap for her. Then there is a suspense. It is between the Surbhi Sharma of Lady Harding Medical College and Tushar Kanta Panda from AIMS, Jodhpur. So there is a tie between second and third. Thank you very much. Dr. Majid, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, everyone. Anybody else? Last comments before we wind up and we have an EC meeting. I request all EC members to log in with the other account and Dr. Brahmdeep.
Yeah, I would thank all of you, and I wish we close it with national anthem. And before closing, I would just like to show all the Sun Pharma people who are standing with me since morning, and almost for 1 week they are working very hard. We should clap for them.
And we must acknowledge also.
Yes, yes.
Thank
so,
you, sir.
apart from being the sponsor, they are doing physical hard work as well. So really thankful to them.
Dr. Brahmdeep, please name the team leader and his team. Just name one or two.
Yeah, Mr. Sunil. Mr. Sunil is the team leader, and his full team is here with us.
Yes. Thank you, Sunil.
Thankful. Yeah, it is on the record, we are saying. Thank you. And we would close the session. You come to this side. We would close the session with national anthem. I would request all of you to stand up before. थोड़ा social distance कर लेंगे. दोबारा नहीं हाँ
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल जय भारत भाग्य विधाता जय
भारत माता की भारत माता की जय. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here we conclude. Thank you, everybody. We will have EC meeting. All EC members are requested to join from the other the link which I have shared with already. We'll have a brief EC meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
ठीक है, ये close कर दो बस, close.
The other link is on PG Development Program. Where the other link is?